Alrighty, let's see if the cameras load up. Got some gray. Hey, it worked. We got there. Sweet. I was kind of worried for a second. Awesome, guys. Welcome, everyone. This is Tabletop Down's Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus Friday. Every Friday we play our Descent into Avernus game, and I'm glad you guys could all join us for it as per usual. We're going to be picking up, unfortunately, Sans Alejandro this week. He had a bit of a cold and wasn't able to make it, but hopefully we all wish him well and send him good get wells on Discord and all that good stuff. You know what I mean? And hopefully he feels better soon and we'll be able to rejoin us next week. But otherwise, the rest of us are still here and we're going to wreak twice as much havoc in his absence since the adult is not in the room. You know what I mean? But yeah, just so you guys have a quick idea, the name of the channel, Tabletop Down, refers to the fact we do tabletop content from the top down. We do board games, role-playing games, card games, and everything in between. My name is Itza Sublime. I'll be your storyteller for this evening. My wonderful players here are joining me in a game of Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. We essentially run the game straight out of the book as written, with a few minor alterations to fit our narrative a little bit better. But one of the big things that I focus on with all of my streams, I want to make it interactive. I want to make sure you guys can have a little fun with it too. So if you guys ever want to, you can check out our Ko-Fi shop over here. This is a quick list of things that you can, already purchase, and then there's some other ones we're getting ready to add. But yeah, you can give them advantages. You can give them potions and scrolls and all these other wonderful fun things, and as you do so, they'll be added into the game at the earliest convenience when it makes sense for them to find them, as far as like sinister allies and helpful allies. But since this is highly tied to the Blood War, one of the cool things I thought is you guys get the choice between choosing your side, good or evil. Do we rage with the holy side of this, or do we pal around with the demons down below? So you guys can either help the party or hinder them by helping the bad guys. So yeah, check out our Ko-Fi shop, head over there. There's some great options. It's an awesome way for you to support the stream while also making an impact on the game. Even if you're watching this video later on YouTube, you can still head to the Ko-Fi shop and it'll just be in the next episode. We're trying to raise a couple bucks just so we can get our dual streaming set up. Soon enough, we'll be on YouTube live as well. So should be able to do that this week, hopefully. Anyway, let me go ahead and get into it. Let's go ahead and do a run through our players and who all is here, and then we'll do our recap. So Maxwell, if you want to tell us who you're playing.
Hi, I'm playing Maxwell, our party's artificer, tinkerer, and all-around craftsman. And as mentioned in chat, $20 and I'll set fire to whatever it is we're in.
He'll burn down anything for $20. It's been proven. The low lantern is now the lit lantern, and it looks more like a snuffed out candle in the bay. Yeah, iconic, locations within Baldur's Gate. Yeah, who cares?
Someone donated $20.
Somebody donated $20, man. What are you gonna do? That's it. Well, numerousness. If you want to tell us who you're playing, then.
Numerousness playing Numo, the gnome, clown, contortionist. Spent last session in a keg for I don't know, like 6 hours.
You enjoyed it.
You did spend a little time in a keg.
There's a bit of solitude, I'm sure. But yeah, probably. I imagine there's some cramps in there that you just takes a while to work out.
That sounds about it. Also, just throwing it out there, with the new setup, for some reason you're a tiny bit quieter. If you have any way to raise your volume, I can't do it any higher. If not, no big deal. I can still hear you, but you're just a little quiet, so feel free to bump yourself if you have a way of doing so. Just to make sure all these lovely folks can hear you. Oh yeah, Numo, clown, gnome, what is acrobat, contortionist, extraordinaire. I love it. All right, well then let's move over to Allie as well. You want to tell us who you're, or sorry, Gothica 20, if you, as far as the chat goes. Yeah.
Either works. I play Sariel, the cleric, and well, my life consists out of doing stupid things that are not so cleric-like, but we get there slowly. I try to heal where I can, but at the same time, responsibilities are not my thing.
That's I mean, it happens, you know what I mean? You try to live a pious life, but occasionally things happen, you know?
Yeah, sure.
That's all there is to it. Truth be told, now that I look at it, you guys might actually be plenty loud. I had my volume down. That's my bad. All right, so let's
What?
go for it. Right. Exactly. Last but not least, the Jackal Gaming here on Twitch. What is your character? And
Howdy.
go ahead.
All right. Yep. Well, I'm playing Van Riel, our party's paladin, who is currently trying to keep them from burning everything down and other ideas that they may have to try to destroy and kill and maim innocent people.
Party pooper.
Good luck.
That's your job, not mine.
That's why he says try. Doesn't mean he's successful. He just tries.
That sounds about right. Awesome. Well, I think I got you all dialed in. We're using a new camera system tonight, so if you see any occasional glitches, chat, please forgive us. But this is actually a lot nicer. I think everybody's cameras look at the quality is definitely a lot better than our usual Discord share, so I'm pretty happy about that right off the bat. Awesome.
And
well,
free doggo view.
let's go ahead and do a recap of last week. Anybody remember where we were? You guys want to cover the bases on this one? I know we had started off by infiltrating the Vanthampur estate, and
We infiltrated the
nope.
estate. Well,
We're in
by
the
putting a
basement.
gnome into the fucking barrel. We tied up
As one does.
a magic armor, which we absolutely shredded into pieces after.
got
We found
one
a couple
shot
of
by an imp.
prisoners. Yep, you got one shot by him. And on top of that, we decided to get our butts into the basement while we have not Amaric, but Stillwell in tow, and ended up finding some unfriendly friends that tried killing us off. And they're very
First
close because
little
Numo
band.
is very low on health.
Yep.
It's a solid
now I
rundown
remember
of it,
why.
yeah, that's exactly it. So yeah, making your way into the Vanthampur estate, you guys kidnapped Thirstwell, who was not much of a fight. He tried at one point to cast a flaming spear spell that fizzled out more or less, and missed
Tried
all of
command
you.
word that also didn't do shit.
His imps did the most damage. This is why I think we
Yeah.
see now why he has such a wide collection of imps that protect him. But yeah, you guys were able to make your way down through cover the entire estate, looted the place to the best of your ability. You did come across a strange magical artifact that looks like some sort of cosmic puzzle cube. Kind of like the what are those, like the little puzzle boxes that you can get. That's definitely something that you guys caught notice of, and then made your way to the basement in pursuit of Thalamra, as well as trying to see if you can track down anyone else that may be held up here. And that's where we picked up. So you guys had just fought some spined devils that were hiding in a crate at the bottom of the stairwell. Speaking of which, I have the image up here for what's his name? Slobberchops, the Vanthampur family cat. So you guys still have him in the backpack, Numo? Is he still in your bag?
I mean,
He's
I might
okay
have
with
body
it.
blocked him with that last hit that I took.
Right. He might have so where he previously had the corner of one ear missing, now the other one is smoking a little bit, but other than that, he's doing okay. He looks like just grumpy cat with wings at all
As soon as
times
that bag
anyhow.
opens again, he's
See, that's why you took so much damage. Is you were covering the cat instead of yourself.
The way I've assumed it is that he's kind of got like that Valley Girl purse thing with the chihuahua in it, where it's like just its head sticking out, and you just see a grumpy cat head sticking out of the back of Numo's bag. It doesn't seem to mind it though. You guys have given him food, and these guys have maybe not always treated him the kindest, so he's just content to be doing something differently. But yeah, you guys got Slobberchops with you. You're all down in the basement. As far as Alejandro goes, I will be essentially playing his role tonight. I'm going to do some very mild attacks with him, so he's just there to follow. Essentially, I'll do a bunch of Bardic inspirations, I guess, Bardic inspos and a couple attacks, but I don't want to play somebody else's character too much. So, the
Yeah.
real question is, where would you guys like to go from here? Now that you are in the basement, let me give a
I-
quick recap of what you got. You're currently in the wine cellar of the basement. The room off to your left is absolutely where the wine bottles have been stored. This room, there are a various number of crates and barrels that contain dry goods, wine, water, and ale. And in some of the crates, you actually found what looks to be supplies to outfit an army. A small army at that, but along with some cultist daggers that you had found in the crate, you had also found several pairs of like leather jerkins. Numo picking up a set of studded leather armor out of there, a couple of chain shirts, couple of swords, things like that, and a handful of those crude maces with the skulls on them. So you're able to find those in a couple of the crates that have been stored down here. One of the biggest things is from the door over here. Let's see. Right there, you are hearing a slow sound of running water and smell a very strong smell of incense that you can smell emanating from that doorway. There's something putrid underneath of the incense, but it is mostly covered by the smell of it, like a kind of like a sandalwood incense that you're catching through there. But the
Question.
stage is yours.
So before
Answer.
we do
The-
anything at all,
Oh.
before we do anything at all, I am gonna use my once a day cure wounds gift of metallic dragon on Numo.
Aw. How much
Well,
do
the
you
dude
want
is
to give
dying.
him?
Okay, I have to be nice.
Well, she's doing that.
Just 'cause I'm like, yeah.
Are,
There you go.
are there any, like, would I be able to tear up anything cloth in the area into rags?
Absolutely. There's probably actually
Okay.
like a box of rags, man. Like literally, there's some clothing and stuff like that. It seems like that she's been outfitting some of the cultists, and mixed in amongst that, there's a whole box of cultist robes you could easily tear up into rags.
Okay, and not for the reasons that anyone thinks.
I'm thinking Molotovs.
Would it be possible? Yeah, I was about to say, would it be possible for me to use some of the bottles of wine and the rags to create some Molotov cocktails?
Absolutely.
Oh
So
my
mixed
God.
in amongst the wine, there is most certainly also some bottles of harder liquors as well. Even stronger wines that might be capable of igniting. So yeah. You tell me. I'd say as far as like how many you could probably carry, 4 or 5 without dropping them. Like in a bag. Well, you got a bag of holding. So yeah, you can make as many as you
Yes.
want, really. Yeah, but yeah, if
How
you
many
want to
can I
start
make?
making those. So I'd say out of
You
like
want me
the
to roll for
bottles,
it? Like,
let's do this. Yeah, because there's a lot of bottles on that wine rack, but wine, if you've ever tried to ignite it, doesn't burn. But hard
Yeah.
liquor would. So let's do like a D12. Chance that there's
All right.
up to 12 bottles of wine there, and you know what? Do it as 2d6. It's okay.
Oh.
Oh shit, 12. Yeah, you fucking nailed it anyway. You make 12 of them. You have the potential to make
All
12
right.
of them.
I'm going to make 12 Molotov cocktails for reasons.
All right. I would, as he's doing that, Van
I
Roll
had to
just sort
check
of
to make
walks
sure
over
that that
to the
actually
closest-
rolled. It was actually rolled right too.
Yep. He sort of just walks over to the nearest, spined devil that we had to fight and takes out one of the teeth.
Gotcha. The spined devils that you fought last week are about the same size as the imps. They're not very large
Yeah.
creatures. So if you actually take a look at one of these guys, they're small winged creatures with lots of spines across their back
Yeah.
and sharp, jagged teeth. So you can easily reach in and pull out a little tooth to add to your necklace, or it was a necklace, right?
Does that? Yeah, it's the amulet of his, basically the religious amulet, and then just does 3 little notches on it and gets it set in there.
I'm taking one
Absolutely.
of their tail spine thingies, because it was you mentioned last time they were like poisonous potentially.
It does have a
And
little
it would be
bit of a
great
poison on it.
It would be great to have it and how does one say it?
I offer a rag to take it out carefully.
I'll take the rag because I'm not super enough to die.
Proper protective gear when handling hazardous materials. It's important, kids.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at that. So as far as Oh, excuse me. The way that works is, let's see, tail spine. 1d4 piercing damage plus fire damage, so it kind of causes a bit of a burning situation whenever applied. So we'll just go ahead and say that for essentially the aesthetic of it, you could wield this spike as like a, you know what, they're pretty
Like a
tiny.
dagger?
It would almost be like a dart more than a dagger. But yeah, you could throw it like a small throwing knife if you needed to, or wield it like a very small dagger. And it does, much like a dart or a dagger would, 1d4 piercing damage plus 1d6 fire damage. But as far as the amount of uses, it's only going to work once with the poison because it's no longer secreting that. But yeah, you can pull out a couple of them if you want to. They have like 3 of them, you know. Hard to
Alright,
find the
I'll
big
take 3 of
ones.
them.
Yeah,
I don't need big ones.
ones that got enough juice still dripping on them. But yeah,
Oh, I
Yeah,
gesture
you
to
can
our
easily do
paladin
that.
and say, "Hey, collect the bodies of those things as well. Don't forget, we can still get some good money for those."
Where do you want me to put them? Sort of just looks
I-
around, I was like,
I set my bag of holding down and just prop it open. Like, here.
sort of still holding on to like was it Thirstwell's manacles, you were just was it Vanril sort of just shoves them down onto the ground. It's like, you don't move.
Yep.
And starts to collect and put them into the bag of holding.
yeah, you can easily fill up the bag of holding as far as that goes with a couple of dead bodies. Oop, changed
3.
windows. I wasn't realizing.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So yeah, you throw a couple of them in there, and you know that these are worth about $50 a piece if you return them to that magic salesman. He does like these things. Still having Thirstwell in tow. Are you still kind of? I mean, he's still bound, gagged, restrained. So you know you're kind of dragging him along wherever needed. He can shuffle his feet, but he's kind of slow as far as that goes. Do you continue to take him with you?
Yep.
Right.
I am. Anyone have any against it?
No, well, he might be useful if to set off traps, if nothing else.
Very true.
Well, I will leave it to you as far as what you would like to do here.
This guy tried to magic roofie our cleric. I'm okay with doing literally anything to him.
You're not letting that go, are you?
I'm not letting that go. I don't care we took his nuts. There is no further humiliation that is not worth it.
Yep. All right.
Well, it's
So
fair. It's fair.
once you're a bad guy, you're a bad guy, right?
Well, there's bad guys, and then there's bad
bad.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a point.
Yeah, was it? So basically, yeah, just wrapping his Vanril wrapping like one arm around him and holding onto his other shoulder from the other side and putting the blade up under his neck, sort of just, firmly holding them there as it sort of walks him along.
Okay. No problem.
All right. Which way we
Quick
heading, guys?
numbering, so I remember where everything's at.
Well, I'll probably have to follow that wet, squishy smell out there.
I'm
not a fan of it. But...
I mean, either you or me, it doesn't really matter at this point.
What is it? He pulls the Vanril just sort of reaches up, pulls the gag out of there. It's like, you want to go in first?
Looking at Thirstwell.
Yeah, just slightly pulls out. I was like, hey, you mind walking in first with us? We can be in the front line.
You take me to my mother. I'll give you whatever you want. She loves me. She would never let me be taken prisoner. What is it you want?
Well, first,
Your head
we're
on a
gonna have-
pike.
Well,
Money,
that,
gold,
as
jewels,
well as,
power. Family has all. We could give you all these things.
and guess what? You'll find out exactly what we want when we get in there.
Can they give you your dignity back? Nutless.
Right.
And it sort of looks, just like, you're gonna want to hear some things as well. So, how comfortable do you feel walking in here first?
As far as that
dangerous?
goes, he fine. There's sewers. They lead to the different corridors.
All right.
I know where my mother is, if that's where you want to go. I'll take you to her.
How many people are down here? Traps?
No, no traps. It's my mother's laboratory. People, my mother, maybe one, two others.
Only 3 people down here. Is that what you're testifying to? Any more of our friends out of these boxes?
No, you've killed the devils. My imps were all upstairs. Could be rather empty down here.
All right, so here's how this works. And Maxwell produces a pair of pliers. It says, you say there's only 3 people down here. Cool. I'm going to count. And for each person past 3 that we bump into down here, I'm taking a toe. When we run out of toes, I'm taking fingers. When we run out of fingers, I get more creative. Do you want to revise that estimate before we go any further?
Give me an
Are
intimidation
you
check.
okay?
Give me an intimidation.
It's actually
Okay.
like it would be. Maxwell, are you good?
This guy ticked me off.
Your cleric will be like, "What the
All right,
fuck?" did just
16.
happen?"
Well, on second thought, I guess Mother does
Uh-huh.
sometimes house some of the cultists down here. I really wouldn't know exactly how many. 6, 12, and as you kind of like point the pliers a little bit, there's probably at least 2 dozen of them. She's got a variety of different cultists that come in and out.
That's a lot more than 3.
It is.
Like I said,
Mhm.
I could save you all the trouble if you just take me to my mother. She won't be a problem. She'll pay you well. Let me go,
Yes.
and you can have whatever you want.
The only slight issue about that, if we walk in there and then the rest of them come up behind us while we walk in there with you, we're going to be more in the surrounded.
She wouldn't let them risk her son's life. I'm a favorite, after all.
Well, that's true. Probably would kill them as soon as they mess with us, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, also on top of that, there's always the other one. And sort of just shoves the gag back into his mouth.
As the gag re-enters the mouth. But
Well,
taking a look out the door, at least from the peak that you can see, you do see that there are sewers that seem to run through here. It seems that she's more or less tapped into the sewer access beneath her area, and then made use of several of the rooms. The smell of incense that you're smelling is immediately matched with, if you look through the door, you see a thick, heavy smoke that kind of fills the entire hallway. Where incense has been lit or just dispersed somehow to kind of try and cover the smell. But even from where you're at, just looking through the door, you can see that there's multiple directions to go, and it's probably you guys can see the map. It's bigger than a couple of rooms, but she's made use of the sewers below her area.
Right. Let's see. You guys ready to going out this way?
We ain't getting any younger.
All right. Well,
Dumo, how you feeling there, bud?
I'm okay.
Yeah, I'll
All
say
right.
where are we at?
I can walk it
15
off.
15 to 31.
I've seen worse.
Yeah. Quickly, just pulling the gag off real quick. Which way do we need to go out here to get to your mother? What is the first turn?
Left.
All right.
Left.
It shoving it melee back in. He goes, "Okay, we're going to the right first." All
Yeah, I'm
right.
with you.
Okay. Fair enough.
All right. So
yeah,
how does the
I
cat
sort of-
react to the smell, by the way?
I take.
the cat seems a little perturbed by the smell of incense, but otherwise not affected by it. And even as you kind of make your way into it and breathe it in for the first time, it does just seem to be incense. It doesn't seem to be any magical aesthetic, or magical, influence to
Or
it. But one of the
if they recognized it.
I was
If
gonna say,
they-
is there a chance I would recognize it, seeing as I fucking study everywhere?
the
Would it be
smell of incense, you mean?
particular-
Like
Yeah,
if
would
the
it be
cat
something
seems
with-
used to it.
So, like, as far as the
Yeah.
smell goes, like something that covers sewer, I'm probably gonna say it's like a sandalwood or a jasmine, but you would definitely recognize the smell of incense. Many of the rituals that clerics do use a variety of different incense, so it just smells
Yeah,
like pretty
exactly.
typical incense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
But one thing
I-
you wouldn't all notice is, I guess now that you moved into this area, a couple of you have passives high enough. You would hear the sound of sloshing off in the distance, almost as if somebody was walking through some of the sewer. Or, well, I guess it wouldn't be sloshing. There's the edges. You would hear the sound of shoes clacking further off in the tunnels. You know, that there are people kind of milling around in some of these tunnel areas.
I sort of I look back at them and go, okay, you guys head right, bring up the rear of him facing the other direction just in case.
Whoa. Is that me or is it him?
Someone
I-
is in for a second. Yeah, a little lag there. I
Yeah.
saw it too.
Are we good?
I can hear you now. It seems to be
Okay.
trying to clear up. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. So
There's a little bit of lag there.
you guys take the right. I will, make sure no one comes up behind us, and I'll follow in that way. I mean, follow in sort of the back way just in case. If
Alright. I'll go first then.
all right. So
I don't even know if I'm going the right way.
Yeah, I believe
to
you
the
said
down,
right.
downward.
Yeah.
Yep,
Right.
we're going right.
Right is down here, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, down that way.
Just making
I-
sure.
I send RoboPup to walk alongside Sariel.
Okay.
Aw,
Absolutely.
your poor pupper's gonna die.
Yep. I just
I can rebuild him. I can't put a party member back together. Yet.
We tried.
yet
Yet.
race
You
swap,
can try mending.
Warforged.
I can mend the corpse, and then someone's got revivify somewhere.
turns their soul. I mean, puts their soul in sort of inside of a Warforged.
Yeah. So making your way down,
Maybe
down
like-
around. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
I was saying, you'd be like, we can rebuild them. Takes out an alarm clock, an entire bag of wrenches, and all the scrap metal I could find.
Make them build bigger, faster, stronger. Making your way down around this first corner, though, you do see that there is a doorway in front of you. That doorway that's located right here. Let me actually switch over to our map screen so the audience can see a little bit
I love
better.
when you say that right here,
There we
and I'm
go.
just looking
Making
at
my way
everything
downtown.
except that.
Walking fast. Yeah. So making your way down through here, this first doorway, there is a doorway here, and then you can see where the tunnel, of course, wraps around and continues on. It does seem like you are slightly getting closer to that sound of walking footsteps, but you're not, it echoes down here, so it's kind of hard to gauge in an actual distance, but you do hear it get a little bit louder as you get down this direction.
Hmm.
All right, I'm gonna touch the door and see if it's locked. Please don't let me die.
Yeah, approaching the door, it is unlocked. So you can easily open that door. Take a look here.
I got my axe.
I got my
RoboPup
hand
still half
ready
dead?
to be
This side
like,
here.
touch whoever needs to be touched.
So the question is, do we want to enter this quietly, or are we kicking down the door and yelling
I mean,
FBI open up?
It's unlocked, so I'm just swing the door. I just swing the door open. It's fine.
Okay, yeah, no
I
problem.
mean, it's a door. Just open it.
Yep.
As you
It's still-
open the door, a broad-shouldered figure with purple skin and a beard of writhing snake-like tentacles stands in the middle of the room, lined by iron doors, tightening its grip on a glaive as it glares at you through the darkness. Each door is set with barred windows, and a ring of keys hangs from the creature's belt. So bear with me here as I put this on the...
All right. Hi, friend. I made a friend.
Oh gosh,
No.
we're fighting the jailer
I don't
version
know
of
it.
Davy Jones.
I mean, like, I made a friend. Send some help.
All right, DM,
yeah,
how
yeah,
moist
there's-
does he look?
So
How
this is the guy
moist
right
does he
there.
look?
So he doesn't look super moist as far as that goes, but he definitely has these writhing, almost snake-like tentacles that create a beard on him. Otherwise, he would look more like a hobgoblin or something to that effect. But the purple skin definitely shows a kind of
Can I-
possibly demonic, kind of bearing to him.
Yeah. I would say, would I
But
recognize it as demonic?
Yeah, your senses would
Yeah.
kick in, and this would seem to be actually, sorry, not demonic, but devilish, fiendish
Yeah.
in nature. Yeah, this would be a devil. But yeah, he definitely grabs for his weapon and his glaive, and immediately starts making his way towards you guys. So if you want, we'll roll
Also,
initiative
as a
here in a
quick
second.
note, I just realized we had that last session, and then we asked if anybody of us spoke Infernal. The answer was no. The answer was actually yes, I do. I couldn't
What?
find it, but it's literally on my sheet that my character knows Infernal.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. So somebody
Yeah.
does know Infernal. That's good to know.
Yeah.
I will keep that in mind for future events. So if you guys want to go ahead and roll initiative, go
Oh
ahead and
boy.
roll for Alejandro.
That is not good.
Higher than a 10!
I
Yay!
rolled 5!
It's more than a 10!
I'm the first one in the room. I rolled a fucking 5.
You got so surprised by this guy's terrible shaving job that it just taken you completely aback.
I'll be like, I made a friend. Help now.
Just takes one look and be like, good lord, what beard oil do you use on that? Vaseline?
Or baby oil, maybe. Makes it look
Okay.
like.
Definitely be close.
The jailer is covered in tentacles and baby oil and advances slowly.
But yeah, he definitely grabs his glaive and makes a rush attack directly at you, Sariel, since you were the one who opened the door.
I'm down for it.
You should have
Let's
knocked.
see.
No, I don't do knocking.
So the first thing that he does is swings a glaive in your direction, trying to slash at you with that. Let's see what we roll here. So that is only going to be a 13 versus your AC. I don't think that's enough to
Yeah,
hit.
doesn't do shit. That doesn't
Alright.
even make a dent.
Just making sure. There's some special things with the weapon. I was making sure I didn't miss anything.
All good.
Okay. Yeah, so he misses with his glaive, but as he almost swipes through, he brings his face closer to you, and these writhing tentacles off of his face also lash out at you individually as well.
Nice.
Let's see. But they are not able to find much better purchase. I think that's a 12. So yeah, he comes through, but you're able to dodge back in the door fast enough.
That's actually how the interchange plays out.
That's it.
Alright, I'm gonna be honest.
No.
Sir, I'm not interested in that kind of thing. It was
Good.
bad enough that Amric tried it, okay?
I was gonna say, what is up with every single nefarious creature attempting to molest our cleric? Like,
It's a thing. This is what
It's
you
the
get for
armor,
choosing a
man.
hot avatar, right? You know what I mean?
It's the armor. It's
Lord.
ever since I got to put the damn armor on.
Yeah, that's true.
nobody
It's the
cared
new
who was
armor.
until I put on the armor.
But either way, Maxwell, you're up next, actually. So as she dodges, you see
Oh,
her
boy.
open the door and then immediately duck back into the door, this side of it, as this creature moves forward and lunges at her.
All right. Well, there's no time like
Actually-
the present as I pull out one of.
Oh, no, I was going to say he could have done it from a distance, but the glaive has reach, his beard doesn't. So yeah, he's here.
Yeah.
If his beard has reach, I have concerns.
Right.
So I take out a Molotov cocktail, light it, and then I launch it at his face with catapult.
Awesome.
It's an
Love it. Yeah, by all means, go ahead and use your catapult spell.
Cool. He gets to make a dexterity saving throw, DC of 14.
Dex save DC 14. That's an 11. Fails.
So he takes 3d8 bludgeoning, and then I guess I don't know what the extra from the Molotov would be.
We are going to set him on fire with it. So essentially, we'll do a couple of rounds with extra fire damage that persists, if that works for you. So all right, right
Cool
off the bat,
beans.
he takes 13 damage.
magical bludgeoning. And then
Yeah,
he's now on
This is
fire.
definitely magical, so it takes full damage from that. All right, so yeah, he takes 13 damage from the initial attack. If you want to, go ahead and roll a d6.
And
then
four fire.
4 fire damage, and you now see that he is kind of covered in fire, as some of his clothing and things like that are ignited. As this, like, he's just drenched in this oil, and it is currently burning him. Let me go ahead and roll a die here. Just do this. Why did it roll so many of those? Okay,
I'm okay with it rolling that many.
For the next 4 turns, he'll be on fire. So yes,
If that does much
well,
to a
this
devil.
one and 3 more. So, all right, cool.
If that does much to a bearded devil.
Yeah, it does. Definitely a smart idea. Anything else that you want to do, Max? You got RoboPup and all that too, and you guys can make your way through the door if you guys want to get past. There's enough room there. It's kind of split.
I point and I say, yell, shave him, and RoboPup goes for the face.
Nice. All right.
All right,
go ahead and make your attack.
Yeah, I had to go dig it up. It's
13
does a
will
13
hit.
hit him?
It will hit.
Cool. That's
He doesn't
concerning
have a
that his
super
AC
high
is that
AC.
low. He takes
points.
10 force damage.
Nice.
As I yell, "What? You don't like a return kiss?"
Good stuff. Let's see. Who would be next? Banroll, I
I'm
think
moving
you
around
are
the
up
corner
next,
because I'm no
sir.
idiot.
Yeah. So yeah, Vanroll would move up. Let's see. So it'd be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So as he starts to move up, he hands Amric over to whatchamacallit, Alejandro that's next to him.
Yeah.
And moves. And
He just kind of grabs him.
Moves right into this area and just moves in to take a swing at him.
Got you. 9 would
I
not
guess that
do the
does not hit.
job.
Yep.
Do you have any advantages to burn?
No, I do not.
Oh,
Oof.
Cat. These guys are running out of advantages. Cat wants to join in there. Feel free. You guys can always add the advantages for these guys.
Actually, wait. Did I
come in
use the
handy.
one from last time? Because didn't we get one the other day, or the
Somebody
last
got
time, or
one.
was it the time before?
Who did I give one to last week because they did something really clever?
Oh no, that was for something else. That was for vampire.
Okay.
If I'm not
I remember,
mistaken.
yeah. Let's say so. I remember somebody
Womp.
did something really clever at one point that I'd given an
Yeah.
inspiration for.
Because I can't remember if I have one left or not.
Yeah, I don't think so. At least not right off the bat.
Okay.
I feel like you would have used it by now.
Yeah, I probably did.
Yeah, we need to find a better way to mark those.
But yeah, okay. That's all I can
all right.
technically do.
Cool. In that case, Numo, half injured but ready to fight. You can hear the sounds of Numo from where you are at. You are definitely hearing the sound of splashing getting closer, as it seems that someone has caught wind of the sound of battle. But you are, currently left to your own choices here.
I guess if possible, can I move 10 feet here just to get vantage on what's going down this corridor?
Absolutely. So taking a look around that corner, you see that there are 2 robed figures. They are currently carrying what look to be almost like a mace. Not a mace, like a flail. They have a long, like a 12-inch rod. Really? Nobody?
Oh,
I said it and I just waited. Each of them have a nice 12-inch rod in their hand, at the end of which is a set of small length of chain, and at the end of that there is almost a metal lantern at the end of it, which you see smoke emanating from. These are sensors.
They've got
So
pills for that.
yeah, exactly. They have. I don't even think penicillin can cure this, but yeah, you would see a couple of these figures making their way down the hallway. Let me go ahead and get them on the board here.
Each of them has a 12-inch rod emitting smoke from the tip.
Go. So you see these individuals running down the way at you. Oh wait, I have better cultists than these. I'm using the generic cultist. So let's trying to remember which ones we got. So there we go. We got a Necromite, a Merkle, and a Nightblade heading your direction. But yeah, you see these robed figures carrying sensors that are apparently the ones distributing this incense smell throughout the hallways, and they are running down the area in your direction.
I do look too far.
How far are they? 75. And
Seeing this, I'm gonna like just taking a look around the corner. I'm going to like quickly move back here, set the cat down where he's out of harm's way, and huck a knife at the snake.
You said that's
Beard
so at
snake man.
the bearded guy.
Yeah, the one that they're attacking there.
Specifically at his trouser snake.
1 second, because I actually
Well-
forgot to add these guys in at the beginning. I wasn't sure you would draw them, but let me add them in manually.
Well, technically, someone else drew them. We're just using the artwork.
Right? So 18.
And
11.
I'll leave the cat in the bag too.
Sorry, guys. I should have had these loaded in. Looks like they've got. All right, cool. Excuse me. So you said you are moving. You're ignoring them for now, moving down, attacking the bearded devil, correct?
Yes.
All right, set the cat down. Yeah, go ahead and make an attack roll.
Here we go. Throwing a dagger. And first one misses. Keep forgetting. 2-weapon fighting lets you do thrown weapons twice, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can throw 2 of them. Yep, first one
Hey.
misses. Second one lands very well.
Yeah, it doesn't work too well when you throw 2 at the same time. Only one usually goes the way you try.
Nice.
I don't think I get sneak attack on that because
Yeah,
it's a
you do.
prone.
There's
You
3
do
of them.
because they have allies.
Allies.
Yep, you have allies within 5 feet. So yeah, you do get your sneak attack. So altogether, that's going to be 11 points of damage. But as you see this dagger kind of, where it should sink in, it kind of almost grazes off a little bit. Again, the non-magical issue. As this offers a little bit of resistance to the creature, but he does still take half damage. And he's looking pretty rough by this point already as well. You know, he doesn't have a ton of HP. He was kind of left, you know, to guard prisoners, not actually fight off a group of adventurers coming in to attack.
Yeah.
So yeah, anything else that you want to do on your turn there, Nemo? I'm assuming you let everybody know that there's people coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
I
think
will.
about that one. I like
Yeah,
that. He's like,
that's-
maybe. I mean, I don't have to.
How much do I?
I could be a
Like,
dick about
there's
it.
more around the corner.
Yeah.
You
Ah,
keep an eye
jeez.
on the cat. Probably to Alejandro.
The cat babysitter character now.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Amric.
So
Amric,
now,
but,
so now he's
Thirstwell.
holding. Yeah, Alejandro is holding Thirstwell with one arm, and now he's like also holding a bag. He's like, I can't carry everything. Or sorry,
You'll be
I
fine.
can't carry everything. I don't have his accent. I can't do it.
I can't say the first thing I thought of.
Sorry. Okay, so Alejandro is now. It's now Alejandro's turn. He says, "Shit, do well." As he kind of yells forward toward Seriel, being the closest he can see, and give you bardic inspiration.
I have no clue what that does, but okay.
So you can add a d6 to one roll. So like when you're making an attack roll, you can add a d6 on top of whatever you roll to try and make it a little bit easier to hit.
Alright, cool. I'm assuming I'm close enough to hit this guy with my longsword, so that's exactly what I'm gonna try to do.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, if you want to go ahead and take a swing at him, go for it.
I hit a 14.
14 will
Sorry,
hit.
16 will hit.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
It hits, but
It hits. It does very barely little anything.
Yeah, 1 point of damage. Gotcha. Yeah, it's a light scratch, but you do manage to cut the tip off of one of those tentacles. Just the tip.
Perfectly good.
Let's see.
We're quite
anything-
mature around here.
Yeah, absolutely.
much
Very,
so.
very serious group of players, right? Anything else that you would like to do?
That's the payback for what he fucking did earlier, okay?
The tentacles were getting a little tentacly.
Well, since I used it as a one-handed weapon, would I be good to throw my dagger as a secondary?
Don't you have a shield?
Yeah, I'll say
Oh, I
it.
do
only
actually.
works with
Yeah,
that
I do.
one.
You're right.
Yeah, one, you carry a shield.
I
Two,
have a shield,
it
but
has
I
to be
do
a
have
light
two-weapon
weapon.
fighting as well.
Well, I was about to say,
Yeah,
I think even with
exactly.
2-weapon fighting, it still has to be a light weapon, and you used a long sword. So yeah, in this case,
Exactly.
unfortunately not. But yeah, you definitely still cut him up a little bit with some.
I did something.
yeah,
That's
you
more
did
than I
something.
did last
That's it. It hit. So after
1
you,
point of damage, 1 point. Damage.
you hear further splashing from up ahead, and you guys are all kind of hearing this at this point. So let's.
Mhm.
He's going to use his full speed. He runs from there to there. So you can hear the sound of someone coming up around the corner behind you. And then back to the top of the round with the bearded devil, he makes another attack. Series of attacks, actually. He's going to start with you, Vanril. Since
Alright.
you hurt him the
Bring it.
most.
I didn't hurt him actually
Dude,
at all.
I swear to God.
Yep, natural 20.
Did you?
Why?
No.
Why? Every
No.
time I fucking attack the cleric, man, or the paladin, every time I crit on him, man. So that, dude,
I'm making you adamantine
Oh,
armor
50.
at the first opportunity.
For 50 points of damage.
So wait, he
Let's see here.
attacked you
He-
again?
Yep, with a critical.
I can see that.
+3 slash critical damage. I tried to get this set up right, and it still doesn't seem to be doing it. So let's take a look at the actual attack. It's going to do 13 right off the bat, and then plus an additional roll. So that's where the 6 comes in. That's the extra d10. So that's going to be 19 points of damage right away, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution, which is something I'm good at. I wish it was something I'm good at.
That went well.
Nice. I'm just going to go ahead and read this aloud here. So DC 12 Constitution saving throw or lose 1d10 hit points at the start of each of their turns. No, it's a winner.
Lay on hands. Shit.
So yeah, I don't think you would take any damage now, but at the start of your
yet.
turn, yeah, we just went ahead and rolled it a little early there. But that is just his glaive attack, and then his beard also lashes out and tries to attack the cleric again.
So 19 total?
Yes, 19 total.
Okay.
And it is slashing damage, not magical. 23 for the beard attack. The weirdest thing I've said tonight. Towards Suriel. So yeah, Suriel, he is going to hit you for 9 points of damage. Ouch.
That's a lethal makeout session.
That's a heavy bearding. That's a hell of a bearding. But yeah,
It's like a Zoidberg situation.
yeah, a little bit.
Or-
Exactly. It's
want
very,
to die.
very, very much like that. But Maxwell, you would be up next. That's the best that he can do.
All right.
He does also
So-
yell. I should say he does also yell, "Intruders!" as he kind of shouts it down through the halls.
So, all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ready an action. So the first guy to come around the corner here is getting a flying axe to the face.
Right.
And I'm going to yell out to RoboPup, sick him. The RoboPup's going in for the chomp.
Cool.
As soon as I can find it. There it is.
Well, yeah.
Does a
definitely hit.
25 hit him?
Just hits.
Just barely.
8
points of
force damage.
Of course, the force damage does full potential. So yeah, he's looking pretty rough at this point. You see him kind of struggling and yelling out, trying to call for any assistance that he can, but none has seemed to arrive as of yet. And you have an action held for the other side.
Armor's paper mache.
At this point, you guys would hear more splashing.
I swear my
This guy
paper armor.
uses his full movement.
I swear my plate armor is just made of paper mache at this point.
That's what I'm telling you. I
don't-
got to get you some adamantine gear because you
Dude,
getting critted all the time.
I do
Literally
not know
every
how
5 minutes.
I keep getting him, but every time I keep getting criticals on Vanril.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Vanril, it is your turn.
Yep. Well, I mean, have to roll 1d10 of damage, right, in the start of my turn.
Correct. Yeah. So this will be the first one that you take that damage. Go ahead and roll that.
Yeah. That should be a 10.
2 points, just an additional 2.
Oh.
Not too bad. Well, it was a
Yeah.
critical.
Well, I don't think that adds to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that
No.
off. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that off
Yeah. That's poison.
because this is residual damage. Yeah, I don't think it works that same way.
Well, I'm just gonna try to hit him. Best thing I can do.
Absolutely.
And
Man.
I can hit him.
Oh yeah, 18 definitely hits him.
For 6 points of damage.
All right. Anything extra? Any extra sauce you're putting on that or anything?
You know what? I am going to finish this guy. Hopefully, I'm going to try to smite him. And is he considered a fiend?
So he is technically a devil, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Or no, fiend. You're correct. He is a fiend.
Okay.
Yep.
So that'd be 3d8.
Oh shit.
Let's see. For a total of
Dude, 7 on 3d8. That is rough,
Yep.
man.
Yep.
Oh.
That is a
Those are between 3
Oh,
and
wait,
24. You got a 7.
It makes it magical damage though, so that would be.
It
a
does make it
total
all
of-
magical though, and that is more than enough still to kill him. So at the
Okay.
point where you kind of come at it, not only do you take the head off, but you kind of slice some of the tentacles, and you see little writhing snakes
It's like your
hit the
fucking tooth.
ground on one side. His head hits the ground on another, and the body collapses straight back into the area here, and he is most certainly dead. So he goes down around that same
I
time
think we
that you
could-
begin hearing the splash is even heavier now that the kind of sound of combat has calmed.
I go back and can I retake Thirstwell from Alejandro?
Absolutely can. Well,
Okay, so that'd be
thanks.
15. Yep, and I move him back here with me into here.
Okay. Just kind of throw him in the corner and leave him there.
Yep, and I sort of hold him in the door frame as well, just keeping him there.
Absolutely. Numo, it becomes your turn next. You watched as the bearded devil's snake-like beard is just scattered to the ground in pieces. So you can only imagine the character is deceased, even though they're kind of behind the doorway.
Yes. Anyway, I know I have to deal with the guys around the corner. So I got the cat taken care of. Let's deal with these guys that have the big rods.
They're 12-inch. They're 12-inch shafts. Somebody play the
I
Pornhub sound
could-
effect. I like how he has it memorized.
Right?
Well, duh. I
Yeah.
apologize for nothing. I live my life a free elf.
Yeah. So you make your way up around the corner to attack this guy?
Yeah.
Well, there goes my readied action.
You kind of spoiled the the move, but yeah, I'm gonna attack him.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Swing a
14's
dagger.
enough to hit.
All right, and then I'm like, stab him again,
All right.
and I try to poke him in the belly. Does a 10 do anything?
10 does not hit, but the 14 does.
Okay, so I'll roll damage.
Good. Roll damage for
One.
that. I don't think you'd have sneak
No
attack on this
sneak
one,
attack.
unfortunately.
Nope.
But
Nope.
He knows you're there, and there's no allies around.
6, and I'm out of movement, so I can't really literally disengage.
Do you have your wait? Oh yeah, you use your bonus action for the second stab. That's right.
all right. Yeah, you definitely cut open a large wound in his stomach. He immediately just kind of like as he's running down the hallway, you're in front of him faster than he can realize it, and before he knows it, there's a knife sticking in his gut. As he kind of looks down at it and then looks back at you, you can see his eyes wide with fear. But it is already too late. At that point, it would be Alejandro's turn. Alejandro is going to actually hold his action. I don't think he has anything useful here. Take a look. You know what? He does have a light crossbow, so he's going to ready an action with a light crossbow in case anyone comes around the turn as he's holding the cat in one hand. He readies a light crossbow with the other. Sariel, it would be your turn.
I'll glance over at Vanderbilt, be like, again,
Fucking hell! This armor sucks.
and I'll be like, all right, cool. We're gonna do what we have to do at this point. I'll be nice, and is he the only one that badly injured currently out of all of us?
I believe so. So Numo's still at 15 out of 31, but Van Roll's at 14 out of 36.
Yeah.
So a little bit rougher. Everybody else is still fine.
Alright,
Unless you
cool.
want to heal the bearded devil, which I'm totally okay with.
I can't.
Oh.
Let's see.
There's-
I'm doing a quick calculation. Shut up. You were at 14 out of 36, right?
Oh yeah,
14 out of
36.
36, correct.
So what's half of
20 HP.
36?
That would be
18.
18.
Okay.
I do small math for a living.
I do small math.
Do maximum up to 18. I'll cast Channel Divinity Preserve Life,
Okay.
and hit him with 15 hit points, because that's about the maximum I can hit him with.
Okay.
Okay, where's my... There it is. 15, okay. The wound in my neck is now closed.
It's a solid
And
hit.
then,
That's the only really spot they can hit me at.
And then I'll move up this way here. Towards the sounds of the fighting.
Okay. So you throw a quick heal his direction and move in that way. At that point, the necromite that you are fighting with, Numo, is going to make a attack at you. He's going to pull out a skull flail. So it's 1d20 plus 2.
Bring it on.
That's only going to be a 6, though. He is so severely injured. He tries to reach for it, but can barely get it out of his belt holster for it. And as he tries to swing it, it cracks into the wall next to you, but you're easily able to duck underneath of it as it comes through. After that, however, let's see.
Man, what use is having a 12-inch rod if you don't know how to handle it?
If you don't know how to use it, it's fair.
Exactly.
It's not
Right.
the size of the sensor. It's the
Yeah. Meanwhile, this little this little gnome over here with just his 6 inches is doing some serious penetration. Like,
right.
it's all about the skill.
That's where it's at. Maxwell, it's back
that's
to
all
your
I use
turn.
it.
So-
Hang on, I'm busy concocting more puerile references to drop in chat. All right, well, since my heroic and cool ambush has been totally ruined by this clown, I'm going to move around to here,
Okay.
swearing up a storm about all this sewage I got to slosh through that maybe to everybody else is knee-high, but to me, I'm practically swimming in it. Because I am a tiny 1 foot tall teddy bear still.
It is very true.
Everyone else is short besides me, basically, though. And
It's like you're babysitting a whole bunch of children. All right,
yeah.
and I'm going to take out my frustration on this guy's shins.
Go for it, man. So the necromite,
All right.
the one that
Yes.
is fighting with Numa. Okay. So 15 definitely
Oof.
does the job, and with 9 points of damage,
So-
you cut him down.
Oh, boy.
Quite literally, like a tree, you cut him down. You come in
Chop through the Achilles.
hit the hand axe through the legs, and you take the leg at the knee, and he collapses into the water, and his face submerges underneath. He kind of cries out, but is definitely too much blood loss and begins to die.
All right, so I'm going to remove his 12-inch knob and take it for myself.
Yeah, absolutely. He
And
does
by
have a
that, I
sen-
mean
yeah.
the flail.
Yeah, I was about to say. So, do you want the actual flail or the censer? So like what he had is it's a mace kind of that he's carrying, right? Let me check his.
Well,
character
is
sheet
it a
here.
mace or a flail?
No, you're right. It is a skull flail that he is carrying. So he had one of each. He's got both. He's got a flail and he's got a censer that looks like a flail, but is filled with the incense. You know what I mean? That's dispersing through the hallway.
I mean, I'm already pretty incensed, so I'll just take the flail.
Fair enough. Absolutely.
We'll figure out something to do with that later.
Let's see. The Nightblade, who was up here, makes his way to here, and is going to throw 2 daggers in your direction. +2 to attacks. That's gonna be +4 on these attacks. It's gonna be actually 15
He's throwing at me, right?
and an 18. Yes.
Cool. As both the daggers whiz over my head, this teddy bear just raises the axe and screams, "Oh yeah, you want to go?"
Nice. So 15 and 18 both missed.
Oh, it's an 18. Okay, never mind
Yes.
then.
Second one
As
was
I'm
an
standing
18.
there screaming, one of them hits me. I got
Yeah.
overconfident.
Yeah, I had to add
how much
the
damage?
modifier manually because I didn't have these guys in there. So it'd be a D4 +2. Ooh, nice. 6 points of damage. So one of the daggers sticks in.
Okay.
So as you're talking shit, one of you talk shit after the first dagger goes well overhead, but the second dagger, it
Thunk.
does the job, and you do keep
I
your
yell, but I
concentration
am.
up.
Yep, I am still a teddy bear.
Nice, I like it. In that case, it is Vanril's turn.
All right, so that'd be another. Would that be another thing, right? Or one?
Correct. Let me see here. Yes. Yeah, you actually, so in order, you have to make the check before it staunches the wound. So if you want to go ahead and give me another con save. Ooh,
Worse than the last one.
right.
Wait, so is it?
Um,
So did I get the one from the last turn that happened, or is it just?
so last turn so far we've had 2 of them, right?
No, this would be the second one.
That's what I'm saying.
I-
This is the
this-
second
yeah.
time. Once originally, and I had
Yeah.
you roll a little bit early and just gave you the damage on your turn.
Oh, okay.
This has been the second turn, so you take 7 points of damage this turn, as it's still bleeding. It seems like the wound that he opened up is just so heavy that it's bleeding excessively. It's not any sort of poison or anything like that, but it would require at least making the check to staunch the wound so it stops bleeding. So it's going to keep doing it until you pass the
Would it-
check, in other words.
That's weird. With magical healing, also healing it.
Oh,
Huh.
you know what? You did receive magical healing. I could go ahead and call that. Ignore
Yeah, 'cause
that
that would be-
because yeah, I forgot you got
that
healed
said that-
between turns. It technically
that'd be a little
says
weird.
as any creature can take an action to staunch the wound with a DC 12 check
Oh.
or whatever, but it's fine. Here it is.
mean,
The wound also closes if the target receives magical healing. Badass.
Okay.
Yep, there it
There
is.
we go.
I just wasn't reading the full thing. So yeah, ignore that 7. I had almost
Alright,
forgotten
I'm gonna
about
do
it.
one. Yep. On
Um,
my turn, I'm just gonna use my healing hands thing I have for 1 long rest instead of a spell slot, and I'm going to put my hand to my neck and heal for 3 more. Great
Nice.
rolls tonight.
you're damn near back to full.
Yep.
So
There's
get you
one
to
good thing
32.
about me being taking the damage. I can
Right.
both me and both me and Serial can heal myself back up.
Takes 2. Anything else on Vanril's turn?
I want to take a look around in here real quick to see what we can see real quick before anything else.
Yeah, definitely. Taking a look around the rest of the room. 2 of the cells that are in this room contain prisoners. Let's see. But otherwise, there are just empty cells with buckets in
Alright.
each one of them. You see some straw bedding, more or less, that's been thrown in for them to lay on. You see shackles on the walls. And 2 of these cells, let me go ahead and make some X's here. These 2 contain prisoners.
Yep.
You would see
Yeah, I
a
just sort
man, let's see, a human male, and then you would also see a female human.
Alright. I sort of kneel down over the body and, try to take the keys and pull out a tooth while they're doing their thing out there.
You do hear at least the male that is kind of yelling at you. Grab the keys! Set us free!
Yep.
Let us out of here! They've kept us for weeks!
He always says this, "Who are you?" as he reaches down to go pull the tooth and get the keys.
My name's Philaster. But
Alright.
yeah, that's all he says. After that, Numo, it would be your
Yes.
turn.
Okay. Seeing the stuffed animal friend slaughter one of the guys, I think I'm gonna hop this little sloshy part, and try getting in the way between the two and stab him with.
Absolutely.
I actually just realized I still have short swords. I should be using those. I'm gonna switch to the short sword in my pack and try that.
Cool.
Stabby, stabby.
Oh shit. Critical.
Hey,
Absolutely nice,
Yeah.
man.
Ooh. And damage.
All right.
is
So,
just 4.
Yeah, there's no sneak attack.
damn, what a shame.
maybe
But
roll
you also
9.
did max damage on the first one, so the 1d6 plus 3, so it's 9 plus 4. So you actually got 13 points of damage, more than enough to cut this guy down. These guys are not very hardy creatures, as far as all that goes. So, yeah, that one dagger is enough to do the deed, as it were, and he goes down, and that would end combat. So yeah, as you make that last lunging attack, you cut the cut his chest open. I mean, you can just run it right through his heart, essentially. There's that same moment where he looks down at the blade, but doesn't even have the time to look back at you before he kind of almost starts to slump onto you and falls into the sewage below.
I just
That's
throw
the
him
end of
next to
combat.
the other guy.
Where the hell these guys come from? Are these just more of those cultists that Dipstick back there was referring to?
I don't know. What was it? So far, we're at 3. He said there was only 3 initially.
He's lucky he revised that estimate upwards. Check and see if they're carrying anything. They might have, I don't know, something to indicate how many of them there are. And I go to check the one right here for anything more than just the sensor that's left on him.
You find 15 gold
Check the one
pieces
slumped over me.
in his pocket. Same with
there's
you,
15
Numo.
of them.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and roll another one. Yeah, Numo, on the other hand, the one that you are searching, you find a potion of healing in his pouch. So a basic healing potion on his person, as well as about 8 gold and 3 silver.
Basic.
But other than that, the only thing
Lotions.
that they possess is their basic robes. These robes are different than the others that you've seen. These guys are both wearing the same black, just black robes. They more or less have the face on them covered a little bit, with like a mesh to where they can see out, but it's harder to see in unless you're up close. And each one carries, so the Nightblade, the one that you had just killed, Numo, he's wielding 2 daggers that you can grab if you want. And he also has a censer that is still smoking with incense as well. And then the one, like I said, the necromite that you had killed, Maxwell, had 15 gold pieces and the censer and flail that he was wearing.
All right, so I pocket the gold and say, all right, let's drag these guys back here and strip them naked. I've got an idea.
There you go.
Okay, let's do it. Wait, why?
Well,
Look, and I point at the veil on him and say, robes, hidden face, we might be able to get the drop on the next group of these guys if some of us pretend to be them. Not, and then I gestured the 2 midgets in the party. Not us, but, the tall folk back there.
Fair enough.
Oh, right.
I mean, I
That could
still
work.
do have that rope that I yoinked from one of the other Miracle followers all the way back in the first dungeon.
Yeah, but these ones have like veils built into them.
That's true, but
I start dragging the body with me.
yeah, I sort of look at I quickly skim him over, grab the dude's glaive. I look over at the other 2 before going over the thing and unlocking the cages. I want to do an insight on them as I talk to him, if that's okay.
Yeah. So as you're kind of approaching, he says, "Please, I don't know who you are, but I've got information. I can help. The Van Dampers are
Alright,
not to be troubled with. This dangerous woman, but they snuck in trying to gather information about Thavius Creek. Have you seen him?
I haven't seen him yet. I swing over. Was it Thirstwell in front of me, still holding the sword to him? Well, I do have this one.
He kind of looks at him with a bit of a disdain. Thirstwell. You're a pain for such a weak runt, aren't you? But yeah, as you begin kind of doing so, you roll an insight 24. He seems to more or less be on the up and up. He doesn't seem to have lied to you in any way, at least for the things that he has said. What his actual intentions of being here, God knows, but, he said that he could help and, he offer whatever
How can
information he
you
could.
You have information. Oh, just extremely quickly, short version, what type is it?
It's complicated. Fabius, I knew that he was here. I wanted to come to investigate. I was looking for an artifact that he was supposed to possess. I can make some vague references to a box that he should be in possession of, but I came here to seek its to see if it was true. As much as information, I know all there is about the Van Tampas. But
what is so important about that box?
Sorry, 1 second here. I'm getting a lot of sound in my ear. Thank you. What was that last one?
It's a normal place to get it.
I said, what is it about the box that's important?
You know what? Go ahead and give me a persuasion check. See if you can convince him to give you info. Like, he's willing to do it, but see how much he's willing to divulge. Just give me a basic persuasion. You can do so with advantage, too, because you're helping him out.
Okay. Oh, well.
16 it is.
16 it is.
I don't know you, but I work for an individual, a friend of mine. They believed that Fabius had made some sort of a deal or an arrangement with a demon or an archdevil, to be specific.
He just
We believe the box holds the original contract that he had made, and the friend of mine wanted to know as much information about it as possible. She believes that if she can obtain the box, she can even open it and try to figure out what deeds this man has done. Since the fall of El Chirel, we became suspicious, but once finding out that he was here, surely he must have more to do with this than what meets the eye.
Can you carry a weapon?
I?
Yes. You. Yes.
I?
Let's see. He sort of. Yeah. He sort of like yes. He's like yes.
He looks
He looks over. He's
confused.
like, do you know anything about her?
Pointing towards the other prisoner.
Yeah. Do you know anything about her?
As you actually point towards the other prisoner, you realize that she is kind of rousing from being half conscious, looks a little malnourished, as if she's been here longer. My name is Satir. What's happening?
Pleasure. Sort of. Vanderbilt just sort of looks
Are the
over at
rest
the bearded
dead?
devil and sort of. Not all of them just yet, but we are working on that.
I was taken prisoner by them. They stole an artifact from my family. I was in charge of helping guard it, and they used me for cover on the way out of our estate. Fortunately, they've kept me here since.
Would my insight carry over this person, or do I have to roll a new one?
Or no, I think it absolutely would.
Okay.
Again, another person seems to be on the up and up. Like, they're not at any place to really lie to you or have any reason to it. You know what? You rolled a 24 on that insight. As she kind of unfurls her story a little bit, explaining that she was set to guard an artifact, she seems to kind of like shy away from wanting to talk about it too much, but other than that, that's about it. You know what I mean? You would notice kind of like she keeps referencing as like, yeah, I was supposed to be just like watching some valuables, but doesn't really mention what the artifact was.
All right.
But yeah, if you let her out as well, essentially, she says, I believe I can hold my own if I need to escape. Have you killed the rest? Is there more? How do
There's
we get out of
definitely
here?
more. Let's see. Was it Vanro would take the spear that was he had like sort of wrapped onto his back that he was been chucking, handing it over to the man, pulling a dagger out from from the waistband and handing it over to her. I'll get rid of both those.
Believe
There.
believe
Hmm.
the Lamra plan to try and use me as some way of holding the Hune family in content, uh, swaying our vote more or less, so that she could take charge of the city. I need to get back to my family and make sure that they know that I'm okay, so that they're not um, taken advantage of. They're a
Well,
patriarch family. I don't want them to fear
yes, it's
my safety and allow Lamra to rise to power.
there is a servants' room upstairs where the rest of the servants of the family are currently waiting. They believe that Amric has come back to overthrow his family, and they're all waiting for. I believe you should be safe in there until we're able to blow over. There are still 3 guards circling the outside, so if you plan to go out that way, you might have to fight 3 of their their armed guards, or you can wait with the rest of the servants until we get up there.
Right. I can do my best to help the others as well. I need to look for something while I'm here. Have you seen a shield?
No, but give me your name, where you might be staying. Well, you did say partially your name, um, but at least give me a location exactly where I should bring it if I find what you're looking for.
A family name is Yoon. I've married, of course. Uh, I go by Satir Theoni now. But I am a member of the Yoon family, and I can assure you they would do well. They would pay you quite well to return the shield. It was a precious
All right.
keepsake of the family. Uh, I must look for it while I'm here. Have you searched the grounds of the house?
We've searched the upstairs. The first floor we wasn't really searched too much, but down here, it sort of kicks the bearded devil that's on the floor next to him. There's likely more of these, and about what do you say? Looks at Thurswell. You said about upwards to 1 to 2 dozen cultists down here. Yeah.
Just kind of
So
turns his eyes.
I mean, you're welcome to try a search down here, but unless you can, if you think you can, if you want to head with us, that's the best only option you really got. Unless you want to be, I mean, I'm not doubting you're fighting, but I still wouldn't
Too
trust it by
weak to
myself.
fight as well as I usually would. I'll search the upstairs. I'll deal with the guards if necessary. If you find it, keep it in mind. But the Yuns
will.
would pay well for its protection.
Anything special about the shield, or is it just an heirloom?
It's simply been in my family's name for as long as we can remember. It's a sigil of our house and our power. It meaningless otherwise, but it's a representative item. Regardless,
well,
it's something I was placed in charge of and had failed to protect. If you can find it,
Well.
I'll do well, but I'll do my best to clear the rest of the grounds and see what I can do upstairs. The other individual as well, Philaster, he says, "Don't worry, I've still got most of my physical capabilities about me. I'll aid her. We can talk again
Right.
when you've cleared the rest of this. If there's anything I can do, I owe you my life. It's the least I could offer."
What's your name?
Philaster. Again, if you find this puzzle box, I could. I'd be greatly interested. I know of a woman. Sariel, by the way, are you in the room by this point?
Yeah, I probably would be. I probably would have walked in when they're like discussing
You
things.
mildly recognize this guy. You've seen him before. Not a lot. Mostly, just looming around in kind of seedy taverns in Candlekeep. You would know that he works, however, for a woman by the name of Silvira Silvira Savicas. It's a hard name. Who is a sage at Candlekeep, and that is most likely the friend that he is referencing. He says, again, I have a friend, Silvira. She believes she can open this puzzle box. We could get to the bottom of this. I don't know if you have any care or interest, but if he really did have to do with the destruction of that city, this would be monumental. The records alone, he would pay rather well as well. If you seek gold, I don't know your
I would
motivations
give
in
Vanna
being here.
like just a very slightest of nods to signal that that he is speaking at least a part of the truth, as far as I
Yeah.
can tell.
Wait, I know
Yeah.
you, don't I? As he kind of looks
You're
at
the face
Serial
runner.
a little bit. I watched you have a tavern brawl one night. I shouldn't mess with you, I see. Regardless,
A tavern
I'll-
brawl, huh?
he kind of takes a look. He says,
You rock
"Regardless,
faces.
I'll help sit here. I'll stick around until you have done what you need to do here. Find us on the way out.
All right.
We'll discuss more."
Yep, I'll keep all that in mind. You guys keep yourself safe the best you can. He sort of Banner looks back down to the bearded devil, sort of kicks one more time. Is like, I guess I am keeping true to our name still.
What kind of weapon
Sort of.
did you hand him, by the way?
A spear.
Spear?
It's a basic spear.
As he kind of like tells, he says, "Have no worry, I've got this." And he begins like twirling it a little bit. He is definitely skilled with the blade. You would think that this guy is pretty good with most weapons. As he kind of finds the balance of it and grabs Satir by the hand and begins escorting her back to the entrance where he knows that he was taken down. But yeah, it's at least quiet for the time being. The cells are now empty. And maybe gained a little bit of information or even an ally in Candlekeep. Serial, you would know that Silvera Savicus is kind of a well-known sage, pretty well respected. They do a lot of research into various different things. So when discussing this previously, we had talked about possibly Candlekeep as a way to open the box later. This would definitely be somebody that might be willing to do so, that you think could be trusted. So it would definitely sound good to you, but each person's going to have their own personal interests in why they want this. Probably money and
General.
being the person
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
thwart a plan like that, or at least power.
Yeah. So was it Van Riel and was it sort of walks? I was like, so we continuing to go around and try to take off some more of the cultists, or are we gonna confront her?
I assume at this point I've gotten back with the dead cultist.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, make the littlest guys carry the bodies.
Well, we are the ones that killed them.
You see a teddy bear and
Fair
a
enough.
gnome struggling to
a
carry
clown.
bodies. A gnome clown struggling to carry bodies back towards you.
The teddy bear is going to
what-
drag one corpse up to our paladin, drop it at his feet, and say, "A disguise for those of you that aren't." And I look around and go, "Those of you that are just way too tall." Ooh, dead devil! And I'm going to walk over and start trying to cram the bearded devil into the bag of holding.
When I signed on about a year or two ago, I would never imagine this is what it led to.
Really? Because this is almost exactly what my horoscope said.
Yeah. You know what? I don't doubt it at this point. He sort of reaches down,
Just
starts
like
to
the
take
old
off
woman in the woods
take-
said. I always
One day
knew I
you'll
would
be
die
in the
like
sewer
this.
stuffing corpses in a bag.
That's
I thought she was
exactly
being
what she said.
metaphorical.
Yeah, turns out no. But yeah,
Well-
so I will say, as far as like this bearded devil though, like this dude weighs like 200 pounds. He's gonna put some strain on your bag, you know what I mean? But you could fit him
Yeah, I
if
think
you
I'm
want
running
to.
out of room.
Yeah, but I just so I figured I'd mention it. Like you could probably fit him, but he's gonna probably put you very close to the
Need a
limits
rest.
unless it's small stuff. Otherwise,
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and cram them in before I comment. It's like we got to go sell these corpses at some point. I'm running out of room.
I'm running out of
Yeah.
corpse storage.
Yep. All right.
Because of
I
corpse
mean,
I
I
am.
could disguise. I could disguise, but I don't know how well it's going to be with sort of flicks, whatchamacallit, thirst on the head, just with this one here.
Oh, he'll behave, or
You
we'll
actually
start
see a-
removing his tonsils.
You actually see a bruise where you flicked him, like immediately start welling up. Like this guy is so frail, he immediately bruises. But yeah,
All right,
you guys
let's go.
can do as you wish.
All right, let's go clear out a few more of these cultists if you wish, or should we just get to the main course?
Well, we should probably clear them out. So just in case she pulls some like magical nonsense to summon all of her help in this entire area, I'd rather she just summon a bunch of dead guys than a whole bunch of very live, very angry people.
True, but also in that case, she'll have 2 dead sons, and sort of. Let's go. Let's go. Let's.
I look at the condition the 2 prisoners are in, back to our prisoner, and go. I am surprisingly okay with that. Let's do this.
All right, let's go.
Where you guys would like to head? You got quite the map here.
Then
Also, another great
follow the middle
opportunity
with
for me to
every-
point out. I haven't done it in a while, but just since the logo is right there, Patreon, Witchy Witch Adventures.
Witch.
I've been using their map. Please go check them out. They were super awesome and posted these to Reddit for everyone to use. So like they've done really kick-ass maps for this game. If you're running it, go check them out. I like to give them a shout out, even though I don't know them. I'm using their maps. It's the least I can do. Yeah, great maps. But yeah, you
These
guys
are
got the
some really good
dungeon to
maps.
yourself, right? Yeah, but
Wait,
like
hang
if
on.
you
Did we
if-
check the other cells?
if you looked at the original maps for this game, they were all black and white, like blueprint maps. So they've taken them and almost made them identical to what you see in the blueprint, but with color and graphics. So I'm super happy to have these maps. But yeah,
I mean, I did.
feel free.
I checked the other cells, I think, right?
Yeah, the other cells were all empty.
Yeah.
You don't find anything, lying amongst the cells. There's no trash or refuse left other than shit-smelling buckets and beds of hay that smell of piss.
What kind
Alright.
of piss?
You guys think we should leave the kid
Prisoner
in the
piss.
piss jail?
I mean, he would be safe here, but it also means unless we left someone to guard him, he could try to escape, and then we'd have
Already
to kill him.
follow us. He was following
Alejandro
us.
volunteers if necessary. Throwing it out there.
That's a good point.
I am not feeling quite well. If you want, I could keep an eye on him.
That way
keep
he'll
him safe?
betray us when he gets to his mother.
If he does try anything, I will be sure to cut out his tongue.
Oh, we're talking.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah,
Are we talking about? Wait,
or
which one are we
even
talking about? The
still.
cat or Thirstwell?
Thirstwell. I don't think we have to worry about the cat betraying us.
Just since
Yeah, that's true.
Hunter isn't here this week, if you want, he could more or less take Thirstwell off your hands, and
Yeah.
he'll throw him in a cell in here and
Yeah.
keep an eye on him.
Alejandro gets in the other cell for solidarity.
Yeah, right. Actually, probably not a bad idea. He might climb in there and he kind of tucks himself into the back corner and pulls a hood down over his head. He says, "There, now they won't know." You know what I mean? Kind of, to pose as prisoner himself. And he also throws some
Alright.
straw over Thirstwell, so you can't really tell who the prisoner is. Just that there's a prisoner in the cell.
Well,
I tap on the
Right.
bar to
You make
Thirstwell's cage, and I tell him, if I have to come back here because you caused a problem, it's not going to go well for you.
You see a
And then I
small,
tap the pliers against the cage.
you see a small trickle of urine running out from the mat, from the straw that he's buried underneath of.
yeah. I think we have both their signet
I
rings, right?
counted 3 cultists so far.
You did pull his signet ring, yeah. He also
Yeah, we
had
have
a
both
signet ring. And
Amric and
yes, correct. You've got the signet ring from him and Amric, as well as the puzzle box. I don't know who had the puzzle box. I think Alejandro was holding it, but if you guys want it, well, he's not
Yeah.
here, of course.
Nah, it's better to
I'd
stay
say,
with him.
Fair enough.
Yeah, to stay back there.
Okay, well, you guys tell me where you head to next. You got a lot of map to
Let's start
cover.
heading back. I think we head back down this hallway, and I think should try to clear room by room.
Fair enough.
What do you guys think?
Okay.
I think that is the best plan we got so far.
How should we take the rooms then?
Violently.
We're just gonna. Yes, violent.
Violence
Alright,
is
so
always the
As you
answer.
as you pass by this corridor, you do see that there is actually a gated section down here
Oh, hi, Robocop.
that has been barred off more or less to where you can't proceed any further. But the sewer tunnel seems to slope down behind that and rushing water pouring in from this direction. But the tunnel, like I said, is blocked by a 10-foot square barrier, like bars, where the
Alright.
water can flow through, but prevents anyone from making their way through. There are 6-inch gaps between the bars, so if somebody was small enough or a rat or something could squeak through if need be, but it seems like this leads further into the sewers itself.
Wait, where's that?
A tall person
where's that
turning
gap?
Sideways.
That was right here, so
Down here
like,
at 30.
yeah, if you,
Okay.
yeah, right where it says
So,
30, that's just a
Would
sewer. Yeah,
would you say it's a size tiny space?
I would. With you being as tiny as you are, shrunk down to your 1 foot tall self, you could probably squeeze through these bars. And if you,
Well, I only look shrunk down. It doesn't
that's
actually
correct.
transform me. But that being said, gnomes are size small, which means if it's a size tiny space, I can squeeze through it. Me and Numo.
Please.
That's a good point. I think in that case you probably could. Like if you really squeeze through it. I mean, otherwise, the bars could always be bent or something like that as well, by someone strong enough. But at least getting down as far as you can and taking a look, it just looks to be a sloped area where the water's coming down from the streets up above. You can actually see at the very end of it, as far as your eyesight allows, that there's a couple of drains that lead in from the city streets, but you're not sure where it goes otherwise.
All right. I come back out and I
Just
tell the
throwing it out
others.
there. This is kind of the edge of the map. You know what I mean?
I tell the others, all right, it looks like absolute worst case scenario. There's some sewer grates out there that lead back into the city, so we have another way out, just in
Exactly.
case.
Yeah, it would
It's gonna
definitely
stink,
make
but-
it would definitely make an alternative escape route if needed. Making your way to
Excellent,
this
okay.
room then next, correct?
Yep, we're gonna slowly go around, make sure nothing's down the hallways, and then just poke open this door slightly.
This time you can open the door.
Robo
I'll
Puppa
open the door.
companies.
I
This
no longer
room-
have prisoner.
Yeah, this room contains 4 wooden tables with 2 small wooden coffers atop each one. Hanging on the wall opposite to the door is a beautiful golden shield. Standing in front of the shield is an old man in plain garments carrying a lit candlestick. As he turns to face the door, you see his shadow on the wall doesn't match his form, but does appear to be a shadow of a pudgy horned fiend with small wings instead. But each of you would recognize, well, all of you except for Sariel, maybe. Those of you that come from El Turel would recognize this man as Thabius Krieg. And he looks
So, yeah,
surprised, almost kind of caught off guard, but unsure as to who you are or what you're doing here.
So it said
as
the
he sees
stats
you.
in the shadow doesn't match.
His shadow does not match. The shadow behind would almost look like that of a fat, pudgy devil with tiny little bat wings that kind of hang off of the edges of them.
So is it like float? Like, okay.
No, the shadow. I'm thinking the shadow is what he really is, and he's got some kind of illusion on him.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, sort of just. What was it? Yeah, Van. Was it? I think I put on the cultist. Yeah, we put on the disguise at the moment, right? That's what we thought we did, right?
Yeah, you two have put
This
on
is
the
how you
disguise,
guys did,
the
yeah.
guises. I thought the 2 tall folk had put on the guises
Yeah.
of also being cultists with the robes. Yeah. So as he looks at you, he looks a little, surprised to hear somebody open the door, but doesn't immediately become alarmed or anything like that.
Yep.
Can I help you?
Let's see. Van Ril sort of just walks slowly into the room for a moment. Just doesn't even not even say anything. And I would use like divine sense to see if there's any other ones in this room as well. So I walk in, just calmly.
Not
Just see if
saying
there's
anything,
anything
but
else
just
in the
calmly
room.
walking in.
Not at first. He's like,
taking a look
just
around, there
work.
seems to be a couple of other, papers and books that are scattered around the tables. As far as that goes, let's see.
Divine sense.
Using your divine sense. Let's see. That's a very good point. Using your divine sense, you do not get a read on this guy as being fiendish or fey or any of those. Yeah, it might seem to catch you as off, having seen the shadow cast on the wall, but you don't detect any of the
Yes.
typical fey, fiend, celestial,
And
undead.
nothing else in the room either.
Nothing. Let's see. So
Be within 60 feet of me.
let's see. That's a very interesting question.
Oh no.
I think
It's like, do I sense any Fey Fiend or undead? Divine Fiend! It's
So-
like,
so
ouch.
Well,
Fine.
so you would get a strong fiendish aura, more or less, but not that of an actual presence immediately. But there is almost an aura emanating from the strange shield hanging on the wall that he was examining. It looks like this. So let me go ahead and actually switch back over to our map screen so everybody can see a little bit better.
It's a mimic.
There you go. There's the shield that is currently
I
on
am
the
not
wall.
stepping in the room.
Oh,
The wall
mimics aren't
itself almost
fiends.
has a face on it. And like I said, it's just an aura. You're not sensing obviously the shield is not a fiend, but there is a fiendish presence on the shield, if that makes sense. It's
Yeah.
almost like a residual magic in its own way that you're kind of detecting a hint of, but other than that, that's it.
What was his name? Was the dude? I forget it. I keep on forgetting his name.
He looks like
That-
Thaddeus Krieg. It might be
Thaddeus
him.
Krieg.
Yeah, Thabius Krieg is who it looks like.
Thaddeus
Unfortunately, I don't
Krieg,
have
right?
an image directly loaded in for him.
Okay, I roll insight as I talk to him. It's like, what was it? Thabius. He sort of says going there.
Yes? What can I do for you? Is the Stolamra sent for me?
Let's see. We're seeing this. Trying to read if he actually is.
He doesn't.
Acting
so,
like-
yeah, using his name, he immediately responds to it with the quickness of a person that is familiar with replying to that name. He doesn't seem to put off any sort of paranoia or confusion at the sound of it. So it seems as if you're talking to Thabius.
So while we were in, was it El Terrell, would Thabius have seen any of us? Did we ever have any sort of contact with him at
So
all?
you guys were kind of on the B squad, right? So there was a
Yeah.
couple
Yeah.
of different layers to, and that's the way we kind of said it. So there's a couple different layers to the Hell Riders. There was the inner guard and then the outer guard. So none of you
Yeah.
were among the castle guard. Probably not people that he would have walked past or held a door for him, anything like that. So it would be less likely that he has seen you, but you would have seen him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
he
'cause-
did public speakings and things like
Yeah.
that, meetings, and
Yeah.
you know,
Because, 'cause I
even
remember
those that
they would-
do entertainment, like Alejandro, Numo, and Maxwell, that were kind of performers amongst the Hell Riders. In a way,
Yeah.
you may have seen him at
Performers.
events. Yeah, you may have. Yeah, you've been at
Yeah.
events. As spies, undercover spies, at events
Yeah.
that he had hosted. Looks like him, sounds like him. You never saw the shadow, but you've always seen him in the daylight. As far as that
Yeah.
goes, it seems by all appearance to be him. But
Yeah, I
even
was
if
just-
you
'cause I was
were
just- I meant
a
more in the-
castle guard, he may not recognize you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're the help, so he doesn't seem to
Yeah.
take any sort of recollection to your voice or
He
any
is-
appearance right away. But He more or less just asks, "Is the Lamrus sent of me?"
I wouldn't say that. That sort of just takes a few more steps closer. Where would he be in this room?
So let me go ahead. I wish I had a token for him.
Yeah.
Let me see if I have one. I might have made one for him, actually. Give me 1 second here.
Maxwell's just going to be lurking outside, just out of sight around the corner. Robopup's holding very still, like right where he is.
Gotcha. It's 2 seconds here, guys, because I didn't think about this prior to the game. I forgot to add in a couple. I just paid my subscription, so I forgot to add in a couple of these tokens, more or less. Let's see. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Made a shitload of tokens, but I don't think I made one for him yet. But let me go ahead and upload his image here so we can at very least use that.
Drops down a Tarask icon. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there he is.
Here you go.
That's one heck of a disguise self spell, I tell you what.
So there's the gentleman, and for those of you in the chat that want to know what he looks like, this is the man that you see. An older man, kind of portly, a little bit. He does look pretty frail, but not complete. Not so that he looks sickly or ill, but just aged quite a bit as far as that goes. But yeah, he had just turned away from the shield that was on the wall and was walking back to the table here to gather some papers, and he's looking through papers and books almost as if he's doing research.
I was instructed to give you something.
Well, what is it? Can't
Was
you
it
see I'm
Veneral?
busy?
Veneral, walking up, pulling out of his pocket, whatchamacallit, one of the Hell Riders insignia, and just handing it in a closed hand, and drops it in his hand.
As he takes a look at it, he kind of it takes a minute. He flips it in his hand and takes a look at it. You're not here with the Lamra, are you?
He just pulls out his long sword and holds it to him.
And I think that's a perfect place for us to take a break. That's a good spot to do it. I like it. But yeah, we'll go ahead and take a quick 10 to 15 minute break here. I'll try to keep it tight. This way we can keep this game rolling because I want to get through this dungeon tonight. But yeah, awesome. I love that. And you finally found Thabius Krieg and possibly the shield this lady was looking for. So you guys are finding all the goodies down here in the basement of the Van Thimper estate. But I want to start off. Let me go ahead and switch back to the main screen here. Start off by saying thank you to everyone that's been watching. I really appreciate you guys just for being here to watch our stream, man. Like, we love this game. We want you guys to love it too. So thank you all for watching and being part of the stream, being active in the stream. I love hearing you guys talk and joke, and I'm listening. I try not to talk too much, but I am absolutely loving all the commenting, so thank you. If you haven't already, make sure to head over to our Ko-Fi shop, check out all the cool things that you can buy for the characters or buy to screw the characters. However you choose to do so, you can help them or hinder them in any way that you please, and that's a fun way to interact with the game and support the stream. Other than that, direct donations, all these things, things like that, those are always appreciated, never required, but always appreciated. One thing that I do hope that everybody can do is subscribe. Subscriptions are such a useful thing to us. That helps us keep our bills paid every month, keeps the bandwidth going. So if you haven't subscribed already, get rid of those pesky ads. Who wants to be right in the middle of a battle scene and have to watch an advertisement for Vagisil? Like, whatever the fuck it is, man. Like, I don't know. So
the last one I had.
Yeah. Oh, man.
The last one I had was I think Taco Bell. It was right in the middle of the important part. It was like, do you guys hear that? And I heard was, Do you want Taco Bell? It's like,
Oh shit.
Well, yes, but that's beside the point.
Yes, but stop yelling at me. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel. We do a lot of tabletop gaming here. We're going to be adding more. I'm getting ready to open a new stream that I'm real excited about, and I think you guys will enjoy. So yeah, throw a subscription at it. It's worth it if you have Prime. It's a great way to subscribe. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while you guys subscribe and check out the Ko-Fi shop and do whatever else you need to do, and we'll be back here in about 10 to 15 minutes. We'll keep it real tight, and we'll continue the rest of our story. So hang tight, guys. Back in a minute. Let's go. Welcome back, everybody. My microphone is working. Okay, there we go. Took a second. Welcome
Yay.
back, everybody. Thank you guys for joining us for our Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus game. Hopefully, you guys are ready to continue through the second half of this session. We got 2 more hours left to figure out what the hell to do with this old man. Kill or apprehend one of the dukes of Waterdeep or Baldur's Gate. You guys got a lot on your plate right now. But either way, welcome back. Thank you for everyone that stuck with us and still hanging around for the show. I appreciate you guys, and hopefully you all have some fun while we jump into this next session, or next half of the session. But as we left off, you had finally encountered Thavius Grieg, the High Seer of El Turel that has been kind of at the fore of your attention since the beginning of this adventure. And as you handed him the Hell Rider crest, he just simply took a look at it and said, "You're not with the Lamra, are you?" And as you produced your blade, he didn't seem to react viscerally or like he was going to attack or anything. He actually just, at this point, would take a long sigh. I knew this would catch up with me eventually.
No,
Well,
I am not.
What is it that you have to do
Whisper.
with me?
Well, might be good to start explaining yourself a little bit.
Kind of takes a long sigh. You might want to take a seat. It's a bit of a lengthy story. I'll tell you what I can. Hopefully, though I've made my own amends, you can forgive me as well.
We'll see.
Yeah, begins, waiting for you guys to kind of file in. Now, does everybody else come in at this point? Or do you remain in the hall? Kind of like, what's the general setup here?
Maxwell is posting up in the hallway, keeping an eye out.
Okay.
I think as a small person, I'm gonna stay out too.
I'll walk in.
Okay. Even those of you, at the door can still hear, the conversation that's going on. But yeah, you're easily able to kind of tuck into the hallway, or the little alcove here where the pup is if you want to. And from here, you can kind of peek around the corners and ahead of you. Things like that. Keep an eye on the situation while you do so. And then Thavius kind of makes his way slowly. Like, even though you'd pulled your sword out, he doesn't try to run. He doesn't try to reach for it. He actually just, using the table as a bit of a leaning post, shuffles his way back around to one side where you see that there's a chair, and sits down in the chair, kind of takes a long, deep breath and begins telling a story. Well, I know that you think of me as the bad man who's done bad things. Surely the optics can't look good, but in truth, I only meant to help. Do you know how old I am? Taking a look at the guy, he would look to be, late 60s, early 70s, and that's about what the records would show as well.
Yeah, as we start this, can I roll insight just to make sure?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, if you want to roll insight, feel free.
I wish I had an
Okay.
advantage. Okay.
We'll see how it goes by the end of it. It was almost 200 years ago. I was still the seer of El Turel. The nights were dark. The streets were laden with blood, that of the vampiric denizens that had once plagued the city of El Turel. There were forces at work that made the common man shudder the doors at night, bar their windows, and fear for the morning to never come. It was a night in which we, like many, had barred our windows and doors and held up in our homes. We believed that maybe the night would never end. You could hear the screams of the bloodshed outside as the vampires that ruled over El Turel as taking their nightly claims of blood and sacrifice. And we prayed. I prayed for the dawn to come sooner, as I had done 100 times before. But on this night, someone answered back. Heard a voice of a woman, kind and gentle. She spoke to me and said that she would make a deal if only I were to agree. She offered to save us from this plight, but the deal came with its own burdens. That when the time came, that she would reclaim all those within the city to fight for her and her armies. She said the time frame would be 200 years. I never expected I'd live long enough to rue the consequences of my actions. Something about that deal prolonged my life. I am nearing 250 years old this year. She's kept me alive to see the rot of what I've done. She reclaimed the city. Knowing what was to happen, I fled the city, hoping I could do something. Make amends. Find some way to justify it. I sought help in those that I could, and the Lamra took an interest. Little did I know that her interest wasn't in protecting the city. I believe she wishes the same for Baldur's Gate. I've been kept here as a prisoner since. He's asked me to study this shield and its historical significance, any magical properties it may possess. But I've been left here to sit and dwell in that damage that I've wrought upon the people of Elturel. So if you plan to stab me with that sword, I would not blame you. I would throw it upon myself if only I was a little more brave. But I am the fault that you had seek. It was my fault that the city fell. But on that night, when she answered our prayers, a second beacon of light rose amongst the city. The companion, as you would know it. The second sun that protected us. The vampires shrieked and screamed in their beds, in their streets. We heard them all burn. Come the morning, when we assumed the second sun would disappear, it just simply never did. It stayed for the last 200 years. And it turns out that that was the voice that I had heard, still watching over us, as the shackles emitted from it, lashing the city and dragging it off to whatever hell it had been. I knew what had happened. So if you plan to kill me, I don't stop you.
So, yeah, Vanril just slowly presses the sword a little bit before slowly taking it away, sheathing it, and just pulling out his helm symbol from like under the cultist robes and like sitting it on top of it, and just sort of looking at him for a moment.
And just for the records, with the 14 insight that you rolled, it seems like he's telling the truth. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem like he's trying to, deviate the story too much, things like that. You know what I mean? You can see a lot of sorrow in his eyes, regret for what he's done, but, he made the deal. You know what I mean? He just didn't expect to live long enough to see the consequences of it, So, but, yeah, it seems, for the most part, with that role, you would think that he's on the up and up. Maybe he's leaving parts out, but, hard to tell.
Would I recall seeing manacles in the prison area?
Oh, yeah. You guys actually had a couple, if I'm not mistaken. I think somebody had thrown some in their bag.
We used three. We used three on one and then another on the other. So we're out of those for what I know of.
Gotcha. Yeah, I would say within the prison there was probably a couple of set of manacles. There were several that were affixed to the walls, but then there was also like a couple just laying there. So if you wanted to grab those, I'm okay with that.
I was going to instruct ask one of them if they can go grab some.
I'll head off and go collect those.
Okay. While he does, and as he kind of hears the sound of it, he says, "Don't know what you'll have done with me, but if it's any consolation, I do regret what's befallen the city today. But I saved the city at one point, so I simply have to count the weights and measures. Feel that my living long enough to bear witness to my faulty. It's punishment for what I've done. I should be forced to live with it. But I'd hoped to try and return it, do something, save the city if I could. But the Lamra's intents were elsewhere, and I've had very little time to research any sort of way of remedying or rectifying what I've done. But it seemed that the companion would be a guide, a savior for us. Turns out it was something more sinister than I had realized at the time. What will you do with me?
That's yet to be decided. It's not just my call, or just our call. There's a lot of people to make that decision. So for now, you got a few more days in you at least.
Feel that I have little chance of fighting my way out of this, so I am at your mercy. I could...
Speaking of... Go ahead, actually.
no, he's said if I could at least have the dignity of collecting my things.
We'll see about that in a moment.
And
First,
you see like
secure.
books and papers scattered everywhere. You know what I mean? He's got a lot of shit surrounding him. That's laying out on the tables.
We don't have time for that at the moment. There's still plenty down here.
Yep, but the rest of you would have heard his story, at very least, from outside where you were at. So, as you return with the manacles, you can give those to whoever, Vanroll, or put them on, or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to argue with you as far as that goes. He seems to go with it. And as you put on the manacles, something that might catch you by surprise is that, you saw that shadow behind him. And, a couple of you guys possess things like alter self and, such as the teddy bear that walks in the room with those manacles. You don't find any abnormalities in his physicality as far as that. What looks to be his skin feels like his skin. There's no extra there. There's no less there. You know what I mean? So it almost seems to be an illusion that's coming through in the shadow. But after hearing his story, maybe you can kind of tell that there's probably more to him than he even realizes at times. So
walking him back towards the cell where Alejandro is, I sort of look at him just like, so what's with the little fairy wings? Pointing at his shadow.
Believe it's part of whatever sustained me. My soul was forfeit 200 years ago. Whatever that thing is, it's carried with me since. Had to make sure to be careful not to allow others to see it. I assume it's the devil that sits upon my shoulder, bearing the weight of my burden.
Well, let's throw you in one of these little cells. Say hi to your buddy over there as I walk him past Thirstwell.
As Thirstwell sees him, he kind of almost goes to, like, help, but then realizes, shit, this guy's in no better situation than I am. But, yeah, he resides to, simply make his way in. He sits down slowly, as an old man would, much older than he actually even appears. But yeah, kind of, sits his way down and just quietly collects his thoughts, thinking about the fact that he, maybe thought he had gotten away with it for a minute, but now sees that, his judgment day has come to some degree, and you see, like, the weight of all that just kind of falling on him.
Setting the the Hell Rider symbol outside the cell, not further too far away from him to actually reach, and just setting it sort of staring at the cells like, you can look at this.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. He would absolutely just sit and stare at it.
I'd sort of look over to was it Maxwell and be like, you the room does seem a bit I mean, do you think Alejandro can keep these two safe while we are searching the rest, or what should we do?
Well, we left nothing behind us, and we're gonna keep pushing forward. So
There's
honestly,
two
anything
paths.
to
There's two
Um,
paths. Remember, we could have taken a left.
Alejandro would actually jump in
Huh?
on this conversation a little bit, and he'd say, "I did see two more guards, with their sensors. They made their way down and turned around outside the door. I thought I would have to kill them, but they simply turned and went the other way."
Hmm. Man, unless we want to drag them with us.
Or
Let's
we
see.
split up and
I,
have to
I,
go one way,
I don't
to go
believe
the
that
other.
they will search here. I can keep the guards. I can keep them guarded if you wish. I can lock the door.
Hmm.
Yeah, gag him, lock the door, pile up any sort of rubble behind it for now.
Fair enough.
Actually,
Everyone,
I don't mind because it saves me from having to run a character. So yeah, if you want to, if you
Yeah.
want to,
I was-
unless you
I was
guys
gonna
get
say,
overrun, you know.
Alejandro would know because he has the spell. He has minor illusion as well. He could just create a minor illusion of the door being shut and locked.
I mean, we can shut
Anyone
lock the door,
walking
we have
by
the
would
keys.
see it.
Very true.
mean-
I believe he also has like, does he have alter self? It's been a while since I
Yeah,
looked
he
at
has
his
alter-
character.
No,
Yeah, he has
he
alter
just
self. No, he has disguise self.
disguise self.
Right.
Disguise self. Could he use that to look like the guard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the
In that
guard
case,
size
he'll
medium.
say, "I think I have a few ideas." And as he kind of turns around and then turns back at you, you see a writhing tentacle beard, and he has, put himself in the visage of that guard that you had previously dealt with. I think this will be a suitable illusion if they come in.
Tossing
Now I
him the
just have to
glaive,
learn
I'm
how
like,
to
"Just-"
sound like an asshole.
Fair enough. Toss him the glaive. I just kind of go, I want that back.
Very well.
And if it comes down to it, I hand him the bomb that I had in my bag.
Let us hope it does not. But
Blow up the prisoners.
I will keep it by the door
Yeah,
in case.
he'd use it.
Yeah. But yeah, as you guys kind of finish up whatever conversation, if you do stick around, whenever you do leave, you'll actually hear the scooting of like a table behind you, and then the sound of a bomb being ever so delicately placed on that table in front of the door. So if anyone tries to come in, they'll receive a very interesting surprise. Yep.
All right. Should we look through our friend's stuff here real quick before moving on, or should we keep on clearing out the rest of this place?
Yeah, let's say
Should
there's a
probably
lot
move
of
fast.
there's a decent amount of stuff in this room that you are currently in. Well, the room that you were in where you were talking with him. One, there is this strange shield upon the wall. First off, there's a handful of papers and books, and taking a look at the ones that are on these two lowered tables, it seems like a lot of them have to do with this shield in general. Different owners of it, different historical significance. It is referred to as the Shield of the Hidden Lord, is the title that he has kind of written down and circled on one piece of paper. Let's see. Try to make sure I have all the details for you. There's a name of that. I can't remember what it was. There is a name of the people that protected the shield, and I can't remember. But most recently, it appears he's taken some notes that says shield was stolen from Hune family. Um, Mystical properties unknown. I believe it speaks to me. And then as kind of like the notes go down through, it says, greater and greater has the voice called to me. I believe it may have something to do with the um, uh, rising evil within the city, but I've yet to unlock its properties yet. Is kind of the general gist. Like he's tried to research it. He feels like it has something to do with evil or hell. He believes it speaks to him, and he has yet to unlock whatever magic is within inside of it. At this point, it still remains to simply be a basic shield. But as far as the room goes, as I said earlier, there are several coffers that are locked, like lock boxes that are set over. This is also the vault of the Van Themper family. So one of the coffer one contains 30 electrum pieces, electrum ignits worth 10 gold apiece, belonging to the Van Themper family. So they have like the name stamped on them. Coffers 2, 3, and 4 each contain 100 gold pieces. Coffer 5 contains 2 pieces of a broken ceremonial dagger, a carved ivory blade bearing draconic runes that spell out Fang, Fang, let's see. Coffer 6 and 7 have 100 platinum pieces. So that's 1,000 gold.
Oh boy.
Coffer 8 contains 28 azurite gems worth 10 gold apiece. Give me a second. I'll copy and paste this in, but I got to take a few pieces of information out of it.
Yep.
As far as
I
that
think
goes,
we
but
need to debate, need
But-
to get all the other stuff sorted that we looted from the earlier
Yeah.
things too.
I-
Anyway, so
Yeah, I sort of look over to I look over to Maxwell and I go, "It's my turn," and walk over and I just grab a hold onto the shield.
yeah. As you grab a hold of the shield, it is heavy. You know what I mean? Very, very heavy in weight. But no more than to be expected for something of this size. As you're kind of looking at it, the eyes, and face that's kind of crudely placed on the shield almost seems to stare back at you, and for a moment, it almost is like looking into the face of someone else, and it does look rather demonic and evil whilst just looking at it. And for the first moment, it goes quiet, but then you do begin to hear a small voice in your head that says, "Who carries me now?"
Oh, boy.
Vanderl just slowly looks over to the people behind him. Well, we got a talking one.
The rest of you definitely did not hear it.
What?
This
I'll just look over
the
and be
shield.
like, "You good?"
My name's Van Riel. I sort of just look at it.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
The shield said something to me, I think.
The shield didn't say anything.
Do you wield me with power?
Well,
Or
I mean,
I could
depends
bring
on
you greatness.
what kind of power are you talking about. What?
It goes silent.
do you
Just
mean
kind of
wield
keeps
you with
sitting there
power?
shaking it and talking at it. Doesn't say anything else for a little while.
Guys, I think our paladin has lost his fucking mind. He's talking to a shield.
You want to touch
I mean,
it?
have you?
I mean, if you want to touch it, go on ahead. But I think. I
It says
sense-
shield.
Yeah, no, I sensed a sort of aura, fiendish aura off this whenever I walked into the room earlier. I guess not. You're not of the. You're probably of the infernal persuasion, aren't you?
Sorry, I was
I mean,
making
you can be
sure.
Probably belongs to that woman.
Yeah, I put in a little bit too much info there, but it's fine. But yeah, either way. There we go. As you kind of speak to it again, and you said, well, sorry, what was it? You said, is it something
It was
about
like,
infernal power?
yeah, like, I'm guessing you're of the infernal persuasion.
I see all things, all the evils to come. Paladin I seek, helm my sense on you. I know him. We could do great things. Stop evil across the realms. Could tell you where the evil lies before it ever happens.
Okay. What's the catch?
No catch. They wish to wipe out the evil that plagues this world.
Do.
I've been
Can you
trapped
talk- can-
inside this shield for longer than I can recall.
Can you
Maxwell
stop making me look
jumps in.
crazy for a moment? And
Hang
talk
on,
to these
did
ones
you-
a little bit?
You said that thing was infernal, right?
Yes.
Or that had feet?
Yeah.
Did you just say deal to it?
No. I said, what?
Oh my god.
Please.
We're losing a paladin.
Oh,
We need to drag
No,
him back
what?
to his temple now.
I didn't agree to anything. That's what I'm. I
you
didn't
said
agree.
deal.
I said, what is
Why would you
your
say-
deal?
Even I heard it. What's wrong with you? I thought you were the smart one out of the group.
Oh my.
Can you speak to these ones? Can you at least?
Shield
Yeah.
goes, no, this is more amusing.
Maxwell,
Yep.
should we?
Yeah.
Should we
As you
restrain him?
ask it to speak to everyone else, nobody else hears anything.
I
You
think
hear
we
the
should
you hear
restrain
the
him, Maxwell.
voice. No one trusts the hidden lord. Hidden away
Yeah,
in my coffin made of steel and iron.
Do you blame other people though? He just sort of. Do you
Should I
Not
really
the
let you
one
two have
that
a
put
room?
this visage upon my crest.
Was that the? I was asking you. Do you blame them? That wasn't the question.
You just hear an exasperated, and then it goes
There we
quiet
go.
again.
That's what I thought. All right. I just look at this. I hand the my shield over to Maxwell. I'm like, I'm gonna carry this thing for a bit. If I start going crazy, rip it from my arm, please.
Didn't you pick up like a huge ass tower shield?
No, it was just a kite shield. I made sure it was. He has like a sort of a
Right.
kite shield.
Yeah, I believe you
Maxwell
traded a
accepts the
tower
shield big enough
for
to
a
use
kite
as a
at one
roof.
point.
Well, if I start going crazy, can you please rip this thing off my arm?
It's kind of strapped to your arm, ain't it?
Yeah.
Do I have your permission to take the arm?
If I start murdering innocent children, please take my arm.
What if they're not
Okay.
children?
If
would
I
never
start murdering
murder
innocents for
innocent
no
children.
reason,
What if you start
I
murdering
know,
innocents
but-
if you have a good reason?
that's different.
What-
If I start acting not like myself,
Which you already are.
well,
I was going to say, you don't usually talk to inanimate objects. You're already not acting
Yes.
like yourself.
But
So should I take the arm?
no, listen. Go ahead,
Don't take it off.
cast. Was the detect magic thing you do? You will see that there is magical property to this thing. I'm not insane.
Oh, I have no doubt you're not insane. My concern is what you're talking to in there. I mean, if that's just like the ghost of an abandoned child who wants you to protect her or something,
Well,
cool.
We'll figure it out. If I start going crazy, then I give you permission to take my arm off. If you can't get it off any other way first, then you can take my arm off.
That's an awful lot of conditions for the man strapping a fiendish object to his arm.
Funny.
Can I set the shield on fire at least?
I
I don't
guess
think it'll do anything to it.
yeah, mixed in amongst the other paperwork that you would find, you would see that there is the name of an order of knights called Knights of the Shield. That is just like written on one of the papers. And it does say originally possessed by Knights of the Shield, and then it says Yoon family Knights question mark. Like, this is just his own shorthand notes. He's trying to see if like the Yoon family is still a part of this order, or whatever. But then you can also see another section that says, like I said, stolen from beneath Yoon family estate. Acquired by Amric Van Thumper, and yeah, I think that's really about it. I was just trying to make sure I gave you all the info on it. But yeah. So like it has some info on it, but like that's just on the notes. If you want to do further research, there are books in here, but that might take some time or whatever. That's up to you guys.
All right. Well, if you go insane, I promise to apologize as I'm hacking your arm off.
Okay, please try to get off first before you choose the arm.
Does it have to be the arm the shield is attached to?
Yes, then there's no point.
I don't know.
I think you just
Step one with an insane person is disarm them.
Disarm them. Nice.
Yeah, the arm with the shield on it.
The arm, if it comes to that.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I'll get the arm with the I'll get the arm with the shield on it. Numo, you get the other arm, and then we can talk further.
Yes. Sounds
deal.
good.
Okay, so yep, I take the shield and I stick it on. I get it in there.
Yep. It remains quiet for the most part. It doesn't seem to want to talk very often. But it did refer to itself at one point as the Hidden Lord. It referred to itself that way. And as you saw the notes, it said Shield of the Hidden Lord. Otherwise, it just counts as a standard shield. No magical properties, no nothing like that. Just a shield.
All right. Let's see what happens. I'm slightly concerned, but why not? I said,
So.
Okay, let's just continue on.
Yeah. Where do you guys want to go to next?
So I'm actually going to take the two pieces of the broken dagger. Is that curved ivory blade? Is that the ceremonial dagger, or are those two different weapons?
Let's see. So 2 pieces of a broken ceremonial dagger, a curved ivory blade bearing draconic runes that spells out Fang, along with the bone hilt of it, wrapped in leather straps and studded with gemstones. All one item, but broken in half.
Okay, I'm going to put the two halves together, and I'm going to cast Mending.
Ooh. So, if you cast Mending, it does work. First off, let's see. And I will return this part that I cut out of the statement earlier.
Haha! I waited for you to cut it out so I could make you return it.
Nice. A mending cantrip can make the non-magical dagger whole again. It's non-magical, but it is now worth 250 gold pieces, so it's an expensive dagger.
Sweet.
Yeah.
It's expensive shit dagger.
As they're doing that, I just look down to the shield. I kind of look back over to him like, you see what I have to deal with?
Many evils. I will help you rid the world of all of them.
Why are you with the speaking riddles?
Remember how you said if you start acting insane, we chop your arm off?
Yes, I'm talking to the thing that's talking to me, though. That's different. If I start killing things that are innocent,
that you're hearing voices in your head, and expect us not to think that you're not insane.
There's magical items out there that telepathically. There's magic telepathic things out there. What's so insane to think that a shield can do
He's
it?
definitely losing it, guys.
I vote that we lock Vanril up in a separate room when we go to sleep from now on.
Hang on, real quick. Are these magical telepathic artifacts in the room with us now?
This one is. Points at the
I
shield.
see.
Does
it have a name?
Actually, do you have a name? Oh yeah, you said you kept on calling itself the Hidden Lord, whatever that means.
It's a lord that's hidden, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Is he behind the shield? Can we speak to him?
I mean, I asked
Is
him.
anyone else tall enough to hold this shield?
I would like. Can you just, we can move on quicker if you just let them know that I'm not insane, right? This will
No.
benefit you more than anything else. It'll benefit you.
I vote that he sleeps in a separate room from all of us, and we'll shackle him to the wall.
Go ahead.
Just
Yeah,
in
actually,
case.
I agree to that. I agree to that.
Just remains quiet.
The fact
I
that
don't know
he
if I want to
reads
leave him
that
alone with that
book-
shield.
Asshole. I mean, no, yeah. When I go to sleep, I will put the shield into a separate room.
No. You go into a separate room.
No, yeah, I know. I'll go in a separate room, and I'll put the shield into a separate room that I'm in.
Hang on. Are you telling me your relationship with this shield has already dropped so badly you're now sleeping in separate rooms?
I have no relation with this shield. I don't know what it is. I'm only
God.
using this.
Oh,
so I
that's
can
cold.
figure out what the hell this
Oh,
thing is.
that's cold, man. Just
Brutal.
right in front of the
Yeah.
shield. Just
Yeah, I mean,
Oof.
unless if this thing says what it's going to do, then maybe. But if it's lying to me, then well, why would I? There was no point. Sort of look at it, just
I mean, what
Okay.
incentive does the shield have to lie?
I don't know. Maybe it wants something. Magic items can be weird.
Like,
yes, but
now
at least
you're
they don't
talking
talk to
insane.
inanimate.
You talk. Constructs are things you can speak to, correct? They're made of
You can
magic.
So,
If you say so.
Do we
There's
continue
robot-
on?
Yeah, let's just fucking go. He's sort of.
we pack up all the gold, I assume, the
Oh, yeah.
gold and the plats and the
We're just gonna shove it all together, and we'll deal with it
As-
later.
Yeah, as Vanro actually now looks at one of the pieces of paper that says the Hidden Lord, I was like, see, I'm not crazy. Even, like, it said it was the Hidden Lord, and this paper that the other dude was talking about says the Hidden Lord. How would that... Okay. So it just puts the paper away. didn't
Maxwell's
see
having the
those.
time of his life.
All right, let's
It's
go.
coming-
And just sort of...
It's coming from the guy whose god named his gauntlets helmet. As I follow along behind him.
Right.
Oh, let's fucking go. And just start making
Which
our way.
room do you
I'm
guys head
leaving
to
Vanderbilt
next?
over here.
I'd say the first one to the left up here,
All right, so 31.
room by room.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so taking a look inside of that room. This is the vestry. 4 wooden wardrobes stand against the walls in this area. You can see that there are a series of robes and masks in the wardrobes. This seems to be a place that you also find a couple of like street clothes that seem to be mixed in amongst them. You would assume this is where maybe if these cultists that you've seen change between their robes and streetwear to not be seen when leaving the dungeon.
All right.
Let's see. If you upon searching the wardrobes themselves, though, you find 4 sets of black robes and 4 gold devil masks that are hung in them.
All right. If you want to collect the masks for money, go on ahead. But let's.
I'm gonna. Do we have a couple of minutes here?
Yep.
Guys.
Yeah, we should.
All right. I'm gonna start quickly ritual casting detect magic.
Okay. Absolutely. Are
Oh,
you
he
just
does
gonna
that,
hang
he's fine.
here or do it while walking, or?
I'm gonna be riding on top of Robopup while I do it.
I'm just
Okay.
gonna at least poke my head into this door.
I do
Yeah,
offer
Andrea.
pliers to either Sariel or Numo to retrieve the mask, saying, "Don't touch them with bare hands until I have a chance to see if they're magic or not."
To retrieve the what?
The masks
golden
go
masks.
for robes.
Right. If you actually just sit around and wait
Uh.
to the 10 minutes time, just to save the time for us, the masks and the
Okay.
robes seem to be mundane. You definitely do detect a magical aura coming off of the shield. It's strange. It's not a magical aura coming from the shield, but more or less from within it. It doesn't seem like the magic is like the item itself was magic, but more or less meant to contain magic, if that makes sense. Um, Give me a history check or an arcana check, whichever you prefer, Maxwell. History
boy.
or arcana.
Oh
With
boy, I'm dumb.
Yeah, with a 10, it's kind of unsure. You know what I mean? Like you can see it's a little bit of a different magic than you're used to seeing. It doesn't really relate to one of the schools, but more or less just that you can, detect a strong amount of power emanating from it, more or less. But yeah, you've never seen anything like this before. It's a little different.
I say absolutely nothing about this to anyone
Yeah.
else.
Fair point. But yeah, at least
But I
at
do
least
say
for the
that-
time, the masks seem to be okay.
All right, so I say, all right, masks are clear to grab if somebody wants to haul those out.
All right,
Okay.
let's.
I take them off the wall and I stuff them in your bag of holding.
No, that thing's almost full. It's going to explode if we try to shove anything else in there.
It's got plenty of room. It's fine.
Now, do you know how many
And,
dead people I put in this already?
Just takes a step into the next
The
room.
sound
Well, push them off to the side or like squash them down.
No, if I squash them down, it'll break them, and then they'll pop open, and then it'll just be devil guts floating around in my backpack. I'm never going to get the smell out.
Okay, fine.
You
I
carry
can hold
them.
the masks.
as you're arguing, and
I'll take the
Van Roll
mask.
begins making his way into the next room. Let's see. You find that this room is dimly lit, with green glass lanterns on each ends of the corridor, and it seems to more or less just be a connecting hallway. Yeah, that's all you would see in this particular area.
All right. I'll make my way down to the next door.
Okay.
So we check the door stealthily, loudly.
Up to you. Book sort of looks back, just.
Would we see any light coming from under the door?
You would definitely see some candlelight that seems to be coming in from underneath of the door. As far as that goes, light. It's almost kind of hard to see. The green glass lanterns are all throughout this area. Any of the hallways you've been in have been illuminated with those same green glass lanterns that hang from the ceiling. So this room's partially lit, and then under the door you also see that there is a little bit of light, but as you kind of approach, you can see the candlelight from the other side, for sure.
And the door locked or unlocked?
The door does seem to be unlocked. If you check it, quietly give it a quick turn, it does seem to be unlocked.
That not me.
That was me.
It not me.
If only a dog can actually smell things.
Well, I mean, check this out. And still in teddy bear form,
Oh my god.
I hop up on the dog, assume the pose of just, and then I have RoboPup slowly carry me into the room.
Okay.
I'm watching this and I'll be like, so I got a.
Behold, the Hell Knights B team.
Yeah. So as you pop the door
No.
to this room and make your way in, you see that there is a large number of people in here that are all sitting around, kind of either playing cards across the beds from each other, eating. Some of them sleeping, and then also around the same time that you hear the door crack, you also hear the sound of two figures in the hallway with you that you weren't able to see because they were magically hidden. Actually, you know what? You probably should have saw those. We'll just say they were in this room too. But I didn't want to waste the time on stopping you midway in a hallway if you're going to face roll the next room, which I assumed. But yeah, this is about to be a big ass combat. So let me go ahead and get things started here. Yeah, there's about 10 people in this room all together though, and this seems to be the main cultist barracks, more or less, or you know, where they sleep and spend most of their time. There's a dozen beds or so, you know, most of which are currently occupied since you guys kind of came in the night. Let's see. So we got this. Let's go ahead.
They have us surrounded, those poor bastards.
Yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and
House
roll
of cocktail time.
initiative, I need to throw some tokens on the map.
In hindsight, we might have wanted to take a short rest before we walked into here.
I
Well, it's too
am
late now.
back to below 10.
Hey, samesies!
Yay! I'm above 10!
Okay. You're expecting a lot for the reaction speed of a teddy bear, okay?
Guys, I need a mouse so bad. My mouse has become the biggest pain in my ass.
That you're probably using it incorrectly because that's not where it goes.
Yeah, I know, right? Probably should pull that out of there.
This is not going to end well for us.
Here's your
Yeah, I think your first
I think
problem
I figured
is.
out your issue.
Let's see. Okay, get some necromites in here. A lot of people hanging out. But
Will that guy attack us? He necromite.
necromite. Let's see. This guy down here. And this guy was kind of parading around the room, dancing. He was showing off.
Wait, so were those guys invisible in the hallway, or were they in the main room?
Oh yeah, let's just go and throw those guys in the main room. Makes it a little bit easier on me. Let's do that. Because yeah, I forgot you had your invisibility up. I just didn't want to add them to the hallway because it seemed unnecessary. So Maxwell, what did you roll on initiative? Maxwell
Not
had
great.
For some
I
reason
don't
it
think
didn't
anybody
roll you
rolled
guys
great,
in.
honestly.
Numo rolled a 10. Alright, Alejandro, we're going to put him in a 0 because he's not here. Start initiative. Holy shit, that's a lot of people. Okay.
They all rolled.
And
This
we
is not
switch over
looking
to our
good,
battle
boys.
map.
I mean, they just saw a teddy bear on a dog ride in, so I'm curious as how they react.
Yeah, they're definitely caught off guard by it. You see the first guy as he was right in the middle of telling a story and kind of doing a big bolsterous move, describing. He's like, "So I ripped the kid in half." You know what I mean? It's kind of the story that you hear when you come in. He stops, he turns around, he almost looks a little confused. Is that a fucking teddy bear on a dog? The shit is this? And then it's like, he kind of takes a look into the hallway. Oh, fuck, there's more of them. And you see him grab for a knife, and that's what kind of springs everything into action.
The teddy bear just says in a Mickey Mouse voice,
Oh,
"Oh fuck!"
would
Oh,
that not be
fuck.
a surprise?
Oh, fuck, buddy.
No
Yeah.
surprise round, or
Yeah, luckily no surprise round, because you just came in on him, you know what I mean?
no? I mean, yeah, I mean, just seeing a teddy
them,
bear on a
but-
dog.
Right, yeah, that might be a little
I've seen weirder
surprising to
shit.
him, but yeah, probably not the weirdest thing they've seen hanging out with the Van Thampers.
Guys,
There's
there's
some
a
weird
fucking
stuff.
clown out there.
They probably have like
Guys,
one
there's
guy
a
in their
clown in
party
here.
that's like, he's that weird guy
Please
that
try
has
not
the
to make me
shield.
choke on my drink. Thank you.
That's great.
Oh lord.
But yeah, let's see. So Cult Fanatic 1, this dude back here in the corner is going to do some stuff. He is immediately
Let's just
going to
preemptively bend over.
cast. Let's see. He is going to point at the teddy bear. Cast Hold Person. So I need you to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Would he really
Oh,
point
boy.
the teddy bear that's not moving?
I mean,
I'm
How
clearly
is
the
it
one
The teddy
riding
bear
the
and the
dog.
yeah, I'm gonna go under the impression that
Oh,
he
boy.
can kind of see through the illusion a little bit. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yeah.
Dude, I got shit all over me.
I'm gonna guess a 4 doesn't pass. Can I roll that
4?
with advantage with one of my advantage thingies?
You absolutely can.
Yay!
It's much better.
Shit!
Much better. So yeah, you
Well,
feel as
boys,
your
wait a moment.
muscles and kind of bones stiffen up a little bit, and all of a sudden you become the teddy bear that you look like. You are, unable to move. You become kind of a stationary object upon this animal. Let's see.
Oh no.
You can repeat that saving throw at the end of each of your turns, and the spell ends when you pass the check. It only requires a DC of 11, so it's not too hard, but
Oh,
yeah, you're
which
kind of
trait?
frozen
Which-
until then.
Wait, which what saving throw was it?
Wisdom.
It was wisdom.
Wisdom. Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm
yeah.
not great at wisdom.
Oh, you all, yeah. Naturally, you have an advantage on it. That's right, with as being a gnome
Oh,
on saving
yeah.
throws. Yep.
sure.
That's true. So
I
you could
forgot
save-
about that.
you
Okay,
could
never
sa-
mind.
yeah,
So
you
I didn't
could
lose
save your
the
advantage token, yeah.
advantage, but I'm still boned.
Yeah.
As you can see from the fact that I decided to take on teddy bear form and ride right into the room, I clearly do not have a very high wisdom score.
No, you don't.
Let's see here. Rolled a couple of these in the wrong place. Let me swap them out.
Oh boy, there's more of them.
No, same ones. It highlighted the wrong ones. So there we go. All right. So the next up is this guy. He's the one that initially had seen you to begin with. My computer's being a dick. Let's see. He's going to attack. Who's he got? Guess he'll come after Vanroll. He's going to come right out in the
Alright.
hallway here with you. And he's going to attack Vanroll with a spear a couple of times.
Would Robopop get
Or
an
I guess
attack
he
of
can use-
opportunity on him?
You know what? You absolutely
Uh,
would. If he gets,
Boy,
does
yeah,
he get
Robopop's
reactions?
still fine.
Yeah, does he get reactions like
Forgot.
that?
He should.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, no, it doesn't say he doesn't.
I'm alright with it. Simply we'll call it your reaction.
I'm going to guess an 11 doesn't hit him.
11 does not hit him, unfortunately, though. But yeah.
Alright.
Actually, make a melee attack. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna make a spear attack against Vanroll. That's gonna be a 16, not enough to hit your armor class.
Nope.
You do hear him call out. I don't think that this works. He calls out a command towards some of the others. Says, "Quick, get him!" But it seems to have no effect. At least at the moment. And then we got this guy. Where's this one? This dude over here in the corner begins casting some sort of a spell. Pull that up. This is going to come towards Vanroll as well. Being the big
Hi
guy.
there.
God damn it. Dude, I crit against you again.
Natural
I
20?
swear to God, I
Yep.
swear to God I did.
Yep.
How in the fuck does it always is it always you? I guess you're always the one getting attacked. I guess that's really what it comes down to.
Well, no.
Um,
Everyone gets attacked. I just.
You're the meat shield.
We will
So,
crowdsource the adamantium.
If someone, unless
that's
someone wants to give them
exactly it.
disadvantage on this roll with one of their things,
I mean, you've
so
got
I
a
don't
full
die
shield.
instantly, because you
that
can
is
do that if
true.
anyone has
You
any
can
points.
use
I
those
will.
to
I
cause
don't have any.
disadvantage.
Okay.
I will use
Okay.
disadvantage for that one.
I'll
I
roll
got
again.
plenty of them.
It's another
It's
crit.
gonna be nothing. It's gonna be another
Dude.
crit, isn't it?
I got the digital dice turned on my other computer. It was so fucking close. Like it literally was on the 20 and then rolled to a 14. So it's 19 versus your
Yeah.
armor class. That's gonna miss, right?
Yeah. No, Yeah, it still misses. That misses.
Okay, but yeah, it's so close, dude.
What the fuck is a 20 AC worth whenever I just only get crit?
I got killer dice, man. What can I say? But you see a
I've been hit-
sickly green ray shoot past your head and kind of slap into the wall next to it, and you see it almost kind of crumble the stone. It's almost like the stone ages, and crumbles where it
Oh.
hit.
At least if it would have hit me, I'd have been resistant to necrotic damage.
Yeah, it's a pretty rad one, that's for sure. Next up, dear God, we got so many of these people. I hate when we have these big combats like this. This little guy is gonna walk up and look at the teddy bear and be like, "What the fuck is it?" And then stab it with a knife. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's
Um,
rude.
What is it? Yeah, he is going to.
He has
Well, I guess
advantage
it's a
against
flail.
me.
Yeah, he would.
I'm going to invoke one of my cool tokens to cancel out the advantage.
Oh, okay. In that case, he rolls a 13. It's 13 enough to hit you.
Boy, it is not.
Nice.
He's probably aiming too high or too low.
That's exactly. Yeah, he goes to like stab at it, but you know he kind of ends up hitting a piece of one of like the metal components that you have on your actual person. You know, like he's stabbing at the bear, not the, you know, the illusion is throwing him off. As far as that goes, so yeah, that works. The next character, this one here, is going to turn back and begin rummaging through a drawer like he's looking for something. And then finally, Sariel, dear, you guys are all at the bottom of initiative. Like everyone else than you guys. Okay. Sariel, it is your turn.
Cool. I move my way up to here, and then I assume I can hit. Actually, no, I might get closer. I need to get closer. Which should be in my range to be close enough, I assume. And I will. Fuck, Fenrir is in my way.
You can shoot through me.
What a fucker. No,
Oh my.
that's the thing, it's not shooting.
Oh.
Doing some area of effect.
It's fine.
So what are you trying to do?
Yeah, I was gonna toss Word of Radiance.
Why don't you have Sacred Flame or something?
I do
Word of
too, yes,
Radiance?
but I mean, then I'll have to step back because I think I'm too close to cast it. No.
No. Well, Sacred Flame is a saving throw spell. It doesn't matter whether you're adjacent to the target or far away. It doesn't suffer from the ranged spell attack penalties.
Cool. I'll cast Sacred Flame
Plus,
to the
can't
poor
you
fucker
move?
that's in front of me.
And there's
All right.
space to cast it.
Wisdom save or dex? I can't remember.
Dex 12.
Oops.
You better fail that Dex save, man.
It's a 6. He definitely fails.
Hell yeah.
Oh boy.
So yeah, feel free to roll up the damage. 3 radiant
3
damage.
radiant. It's not much,
Yes.
but it's something.
Does hurt him. It does do some damage. It seems to do very little to him, but you know he kind of shrugs it off and like he almost goes to like dodge, and then as it hits him, he just looks like, "Is that the best you got?" But yeah, it does.
I
It does
suggest you
hit.
do not challenge me because I have something else.
Anything else you would like to
He's
do?
right.
Not in this turn.
All right. Well, in that case,
Face
Numo,
off.
you're up.
Let's see. I have no idea how I got some of these items, but I think I might try something here. I can go here. Is that door open essentially?
Yes, the door is standing wide open. Yeah. You can see inside, shoot inside.
Okay.
The other guy that shot out the door, you know, did the same thing.
So I got a potion of stinking cloud.
Oh yeah, from the chest upstairs.
Oh.
Is that where it came from? Okay.
Yes. It was a
So
trap.
I'm gonna try to lob that into the room
Okay.
and kind of like, you know, smoke bomb them, I guess. But you know, with stinking cloud.
Bottled farts.
It's
Yep.
here.
Thank you.
Yes, stink bomb them.
DC 13 con save or take 2d10 poison damage. Nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to look
alright.
up its range to see if I can put it without also.
You can easily
Smoke it
throw
out
it in
supposed to
that
be-
room.
No, it's not the
It's
range of. It's like the
The area of
Right.
effect.
itself. Yeah.
So it is the Stinking Cloud spell. It creates a 20-foot radius sphere of yellow, nauseating gas centered on a point within range, up to 90 feet away. So 20-foot radius is going to cover this whole room, I think. Yeah. 20 foot, you can cover this whole
Hoping
room.
maybe there can get me
Oh.
5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, maybe more like here.
Let me do this for you.
Probably
Since
about-
it's a,
If you do it like right here. Oh, hang on. Do it like right there. It should be just far enough away to not hit me, but it should hit everybody else.
Yeah, like right here.
let's see.
Just about everybody.
Yeah, hit them.
Everyone with this guy right here. Ever hits everyone else.
And
Plus, it makes sense. It would shatter and
Yeah.
impact with the wall back there.
All right,
so
yeah. Lob it off the wall.
throwing it somewhere like this, then, right?
See,
Yeah, that's definitely enough to hit everybody except for Maxwell. So yeah, you can exclude Maxwell if you want.
whoa!
So let me go ahead. And
I'd like to
move
not be
this,
poisoned.
I don't know how like you could be 5 feet from someone and not smell like the stinky cloud or
Well, it'll
whatever.
be at the very
Well, it's
end
not
of it.
It's not about whether you can
Right.
smell it. It's about whether it engulfs you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like,
Fair enough.
So let me make a shitload of rolls here.
Yay.
All right, let's start at the top. And if you want to go ahead and roll the
Said the
damage,
baker.
I'll just go through each one and give them the damage as necessary. They need to make a con save, so.
Come on, roll 20.
Yeah, we're on
and
that.
what's the difficulty of
Two-
this?
yeah.
DC 13. So
13.
that guy
13.
fails.
Constitution.
He's taking 12 damage. That guy succeeds. Do they take half as much damage on a success?
I think if they just. It's only if they
Well,
fail.
yeah, no, that doesn't say anything about a half damage.
Creatures that don't need to breathe are immune. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so first guy fails, second guy succeeds, third guy fails, takes 12 points of damage. Yeah, you're definitely hurting a lot of these guys here, I'm sure. That is
That's
a 1. Oh, it's a 7. Okay. This guy takes 12 points of damage. Dear Lord. Rolling really bad now.
Good.
Oh no.
Yeah, after the
he-
2. I've been attacked twice, and both those times were crits.
This guy just straight up dies. As well as this guy, the two old gentlemen in the room, just straight die.
You ever throw a bottled fart so lethal it kills 2 elderly men?
Kills 2 elderly people.
Right? Did a god fart in this jar or something?
No, remember that Taco Bell ad from earlier?
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
This is what happens when you partake of the dark Taco
Ooh.
Bell.
Necromantic Taco Bell. You're getting a lot of damage out of this, dude. I haven't even, like, I can't even begin to total it up, but I think you've already done like 50 some damage. That one passes.
Granddaddy of all
This
farts.
guy. This is a killer fart. That's a natural 1.
And it stays in there for a minute, so they have to run out of there to get away.
Damn it, which one is that? Let's see, look. I'm not sure which one that looks like.
Stink bomb.
Last. This one right before Alejandro in initiative. I know that much. That one. Okay. This one also dies. So 3 people just die. As you lob this fart jar into the room, 3 people are just like, oh god, and then just collapse. They're dead. Like, oh god, that's the amaranth jar right there. Is what you just got.
Oh,
You
Lord.
lob the amaranth fart jar in there and kills 3 people. And the rest
Maxwell
of
just
them
watches
are...
a bottle of Bella Delphine's bathwater go flying by.
Oh, come on. Not that.
Yeah, exactly. The rest of them begin kind of like gagging and choking. One of them pukes. It's pretty bad. And Maxwell, like, you can smell it, but you can't run. You know what I mean? So, like, the smell is getting you too, but of course it's not enough to choke you out like it is with the rest of these guys. But yeah, it's brutal in there, man. You do
Wait,
not want to be
is-
in that room.
Is
No,
whole
I
person
do not.
concentration?
What
what?
is it?
Oh,
Is
God.
whole person concentration?
That is a very
Yes.
good point.
Yeah.
It absolutely
Yeah.
is a concentration spell. Trying to remember which one was it that did that. I think it was this.
I want to say
Guy
it was
anyway,
the guy
right?
that was like,
Oh no, it
It
was
was
this
like
guy. That did it. So let me see. And he did take damage. So let me make a con check for him. That's a 13. So still enough to hold the concentration for the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good
I
call
like how
though.
he's like
Okay.
choking to death on the world's gnarliest fart, but he's still maintaining his death grip on the teddy bear.
Got one like finger out there choking and pointing at the teddy bear. But let's see, whose turn is it? It is so Numo, you had just done your action. Anything else other than lob a fart jar? That you would like to do?
Actually, if that counts as a thrown weapon, could he throw a dagger with the offhand attack?
I mean, I'm probably okay with that. Yeah, I'm totally okay with that.
No more.
He just
Kill
threw
the
away a
fool holding
$50
me.
fart. Like those things were like what, $50? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't even know how you get one of those anymore. I don't
I
think she
kinda
has them on her
used-
website anymore.
I think I'd use the rest of my action to just take some of the perfume I have from the bathhouse and just spray the inside of my nose and then put my nose back on.
Oh yeah, the clown nose, Gaia. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, next person up is this guy here, and he's actually one of the ones. Yeah, no, he took it too. He does everything he can to run out of the room. He's just out of there. He comes out coughing. He
And
runs to the corner,
does he
throws a
run-
hand against the wall, and throws up.
And as he runs past me, I'm gonna take a swing at him.
Absolutely, both of you. Like
This man can barely breathe.
his eyes
throat
are
is
watering.
filled.
Yeah,
14?
14's enough to
This is
hit.
kind
Yeah.
of the perfect setup, though.
That will be 7 points of slashing damage as he runs through the
7
door.
points. It definitely hurts him. Yeah, he comes out, he gets cut across the back, he then throws up, then realizes he's been cut, and turns around to make an attack. And so, yeah, he'll come back at you. Let's
Damn, how much health do
see.
they have?
He's still this one's still
Really? I'm a
up.
little fox.
Some of these guys are tough. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
And he's gonna make a mace attack against you. That is 7.
20.
What is
Okay.
that?
Oh,
Is this plus? Yeah, it's gotta be a 7. So yeah, 7 is a miss.
Whew.
Maxwell, you are up. So of course you're paralyzed for the time being. Ooh, excuse me, but this is a great opportunity for you to make another one of those rolls.
Come
Cute.
on, you get
Con
advantage
save.
because it's wisdom.
I did.
Oh,
Give
is it
me-
con? Or is it wisdom?
Or
Still.
yeah, sorry, wisdom. Yeah, wisdom. You're right.
Yeah.
100% right.
Wisdom with advantage.
Everybody else was doing the con
Nice.
saves, just force of
Oh
habit.
boy,
Hey, 19. You got the advantage, right?
I'm free. Yes.
So yeah, you
'Cause
all of a
I'm
sudden
gnome.
you can you burst free from this restraint, that, you know, invisible restraint that was placed upon you. And you see, as you, at the exact same moment that you break free from it, the other guy's hand that was kind of holding towards you falls as he loses the grip on it. But
I know exactly who it was. I can't do anything.
yeah,
But guess who's a construct and therefore immune to poison?
can absolutely run in there and have a blast. Chopper
He's going to
sick
go for
balls.
that finger.
Yes. Yeah, make an attack roll, man.
17.
Oh.
Oh yeah, 17 hits.
Parker is angry.
5 points
5
damage.
force damage.
The finger comes off, and so does the two next to it. So like he then like pulls back, and he's got like 2 fingers left on his hand. He's like, ah, as he's kind of holding on to it, you know. But yeah,
The
definitely
teddy bear holds
draws
up
back
an
stubs.
axe and goes, oh, prepare to die.
Careful, man. Like, I'll make jokes about Amaranth, but I'm not fucking with Walt Disney, okay? You know what I mean? Come at me all you want, Amaranth, but Disney, fuck that guy.
No.
Not messing with that dude. Okay. Anything else on Maxwell's turn?
Nope. I had everything else neutered by just by the whole person. So
Gotcha. Man, they all want out of this room. So the stinking cloud, does it only do the damage once, or is this like a
Nope,
repeat
it's
thing?
every time they start their turn in the
For 1
cloud.
minute.
Okay, so that's
for
what
a
I was
full minute.
thinking. I need to start getting into that. So they're starting their turn.
Well, they would have started. It was landed, and then it would like
Oh,
basically.
I
all
kind
the
of got
damage it
ahead of
took would be-
myself. I got you.
Yeah.
So we can ignore it for
But-
this round, and then I'll do it on the next round through. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, I got ahead of myself. Just easier
Right,
that
'cause
way.
Big guys are actively dying.
I'd rather just roll them all in a big list like that. So okay, and then or other than that, then this chick is going to. Let's see. You know what? Seeing this happen, I think she's going to take a step up and try to attack the dog. Robopup.
oh boy.
So she's going to make a mace attack against him. Ooh, another nat 20. Man, I'm on fire tonight.
least
So
it wasn't
let's
a one.
see.
Nice roll.
Right, it wasn't. That's true. I don't know why it's still not rolling the proper way, because that just says 5 plus 2, which doesn't make sense. It should be 9, because 1d6 plus 3, and then plus an additional 2, for the critical portion of it.
So it's 9 total.
Yeah, let me double check. So let's see, 9 plus 2, so 11 total. I apologize. Let me.
So the good news is he's still standing.
Yeah, I've got it set
I'm
to
still
homebrew, perfect
standing.
rolls. Still doesn't do it though.
Well,
But either way, yeah, he takes 11 points of damage. It's a pretty hard hit. She comes up and just cracks this mace hard across its back. You almost see like the spine bend a little bit, but you know, of course, not being an actual spine, doesn't quite do as bad. This one is going to come up towards you directly and attack you with a mace. That, however, is only 7, so it's not going to land.
Yeah.
And then Van Roy, it is your turn, sir.
all right. I look at the one that came out first, not the one I just stabbed. The one that took. Actually, no. I'll take the one I just stabbed.
Okay.
Actually, that ran out, started coughing. I'm gonna try to hit him. Be a 17.
All right, so that's the one in the hood, not the one with the cape, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
For 6 slashing damage.
Okay. Let's see which- 6
Number
points of
8
slashing
on
damage.
initiative. Yep.
He is looking mighty rough, as far as that goes. So
Damn.
yeah, he's definitely taking some hard damage, and he
Damn,
looks
these guys-
nearly about to die, but is still standing currently. Anything else that you can do?
I can't do anything as a bonus action besides. No. Actually, No, with that stinking cloud, I won't use that yet. So we should be good then. That's
Alright.
all I can really do.
Okay. In that case, we're back to the top. The guy who just lost his hand is going to also attack RoboPup. Let's see, what does he do? I need RoboPup to make a dex save, please.
Oh, interesting. Haha, he's good at that.
Nice. Not that good.
No, he's not.
Wait,
Yeah, not that
wait.
good,
This is
unfortunately.
actually back on the top of the round. So that means he started his turn in here.
Oh yeah, he,
right?
he also needs to make a con save again. Yeah.
I think right. I was thinking
Yep.
that would be.
Well, yeah, I was say it's either that or at the beginning of
Is it?
Numo's
From
turn,
my
actually.
Oh yeah, Nemo.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, I was thinking for a moment. I was like,
Never
wait,
mind.
Yeah, it should happen up to
Yeah.
at the beginning of Numo's
Never mind.
turn. This way, it's in relative.
yeah.
But yeah,
right,
in
that's
that
right.
case, so what he does 1d8 radiant damage. So 2 radiant damage to RoboPup as he casts Sacred
boy.
Flame on him. You see flame-like radiance descend upon the creature as like a flash of light comes emanating up. But that's all that he does at that point. Next up would be the big guy in the hallway, and he is definitely going to square up with you, Sariel. Having come at him already. He is going to yell out again, "I said kill them!" And immediately,
You're weak.
the other two next to him, Vanroll, the guy that you are fighting,
Yeah.
is going to get to make a free attack against you.
Okay.
Oh,
It's an 11.
Battlemaster Command and
Uh,
Strike.
Yeah, exactly.
Natural 20.
And then the Spain is going to attack Maxwell. That's going to be a 22. So yeah, the one next to you, Maxwell, reaches back with a mace and hits you for 7 bludgeoning damage.
Then will
Rude.
that hit at me?
Yeah, the first guy missed you entirely,
Oh,
and then
Okay.
the initial guy that I was, that called out is actually going to
Yeah.
make his attack as well, towards Sariel. That is going to be a 17 versus your AC, so I don't think that hits, does it?
Yeah. Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
All right.
Oh.
Let's see who's left here, man. I don't know who's still
That damn
standing and who
armor
isn't.
comes in handy.
It very well does. This guy is again going to cast another one of those sickly green rays as well. Yeah, that's his best option. So let's see. He's going to shoot it at... You know what? We don't beat on Maxwell enough. We're going to hurt Maxwell today. He's going to shoot it at Max.
Bring it on.
natural 20.
I've
Only a
already
fi-
died
oh.
before once.
Only a 15, so I don't think that hits your armor class, does it?
Nope, bunks off my shield.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, this sick green ray more or less bounces off the shield, shoots off in a different direction. God, there's so many of these guys. I'm glad some of them are dead. Those guys are both dead. Sariel, it's your turn.
Hell yeah. All right.
This guy in front of you is frustrated.
So. Oh yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine by me, honestly. How many enemies do we got?
Looks
1,
like you're
2,
muted.
3, 4, 5.
Still a few standing.
Let me see. All right. I'm gonna cast. Fuck, where is it? My brain, help me.
Inflict
Your bro-
wounds? Because he's
Yeah, that's what I was
close, or...
Kinda what I
No,
was
I'm
expecting
trying to
to
be
see.
nice today. I'm trying to be
I
nice
mean, they're
today.
trying to kill us.
That's fine. That's totally fine. But that means I need to keep my spells open for healing. So,
Sure.
you
It's
know,
a fair point.
I'm gonna throw Sacred Flame at his butt again.
All right,
Okay.
so deck save.
Still a dex of 12. Yeah.
Yep.
Dex is not his strong suit, but
Yeah,
he
you
does
better fucking
roll
fail
an
that roll.
18.
Motherfucker.
Yeah,
Oof.
rolled really good. That's what the die roll was. He had no pluses on it, but he just rolled really high.
Yep.
Anything else that you would like to send his way? Everybody able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm able to hear you.
Waiting for her.
I'm
I
just
looked
reading.
over and,
I'm just reading.
No, yeah, no worries. I just looked over and
Um,
it looked like the stream was lagging a little bit. I was just making sure.
Oh no,
It was
we're all good. It's the next one's turn.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
All right.
Nemo.
So yeah, Numo would be next. Any
All right.
regrets getting rid of that priceless artifact?
I mean, seeing how cool it was, I feel like we should have used that for something more.
I mean, these guys probably
I'm
would have
gonna
killed
throw
us.
it out
More
there.
worthwhile, but-
That was a lifesaver. These guys probably would have killed you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be dead at least. A whole person right before
Yeah.
a whole room full of them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we kind of knew that part. But
These guys are tough. Couple
I'll
of them
have you know, if
challenged
I die, my bag of holding vanishes, and you guys have to haul all those dead bodies out of here.
through.
I mean, it would explode all over anyone near you.
It might help clear the room. Quick, kill the gnome. But yeah, what would you like to do there, Nemo?
so
You got a couple out here in the
I
hallway
am-
with you, and then a couple inside.
I am a little bit body blocked here.
You can throw things through allies.
Right. Yep. You can always shoot through
Yeah.
allies, so you don't have to count them. But the others, the woman blocking the door, would prevent anything from going beyond her. So
I think I'm just gonna end up throwing daggers.
okay,
A classic.
it's a solid move because you got
Right.
you don't have advantage, but you do get sneak attack on any of the two or three, well, any of the three that you can hit. So just let me know which one: the shield lady, the hood guy, or the cape dude. Those are their official titles, by the way.
Hyphenated.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go for
it's on their birth certificate. Check,
the one
check it.
closest to Maxwell. Or
Okay.
no.
Oh boy.
The woman with the shield.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Max, I'm telling you, man. Quit fucking with the House of Mouse. They'll shut us down. They'll shut us down, man.
That actually wasn't supposed to be Mickey Mouse.
Almost certainly a miss.
Yeah, unfortunately,
And then
the
the
first one's a
second-
myth. Oh God, dude,
Almost certainly a
doubling
miss.
down. Any advantages?
Can I inflict advantage upon him?
You can, yeah. I've always let you guys use your advantage on other players too. So like any roll that you want to make in any roll that you want to make with advantage or at disadvantage, you can throw it at. So if you want to use one of yours to help
Alright.
him, you absolutely can.
I do indeed.
Yep, burn those
Skittish.
advantages
Now
up.
would
The
that
chat's got to give us some
Only
more.
apply to my offhand
That's the way
attack.
it's at.
Yeah, it's too late for me to weigh in on the primary.
Right.
Yeah, that'll give you an advantage. Ooh, nice.
Hey!
It's not a nat
There we
20,
go.
but a dirty 20. Skanky 20. I don't know why that's become a thing, but yeah.
Two skanks hit.
I try not
Uh,
to die on my drink today, people. Thank you.
If you want to go ahead, you want to
It's
go ahead
too
and roll
cold
the
to not
damage
finish my drink.
plus sneak attack. Ooh, so the damage isn't great, but you do 4 points of
At least
damage
it's
to that
damage.
girl. Let's see, which one is she? So I love how you can hover over the turn order, and it tells you which character it is. I wish you could do it the other way. Hover over the character
She's
and
at
figure out
5.
which turn order it was. Yeah.
Yeah, she's 5.
Yeah, I see it now, but like it
Well, I
just it would be
think she's
so
a
much
little older than that.
it'd be so much easier if I could
Yeah.
just hover over the token. It would also highlight on the thing, you know. So let's see. 2 to 5, 4
That
points
was like
damage.
a lot of bad rolls except for that one.
Let's see. All right, cool. Yep, she takes 5 points as a dagger sticks in her shoulder. Anything else that you want to do there, Numo?
I think not.
All right. In that case, the guy that
And-
is outside in the hallway with you
Thinking
wearing
about
the
my-
robes.
Take effect.
Yeah, now that's going to start
Mhm.
taking advantage on all these guys again. And that's only if they're in the cloud, I believe. So the 2 that got out
Yeah, it is.
or
Yep.
whatever are okay. So let's see. This guy's fine. He is going to cast spell. He's actually going to go ahead and make a. Let's see. How does this work? I never understood multi-attack. So does multi-attack essentially take their bonus action? That's the way I'd look at it.
No,
So we'll do-
no, it means that when they take the attack action on their turn, they get to whack more than once. It's separate from bonus action.
Separate from, so they still get a bonus action. Okay. In that case, he'll make 2 dagger attacks at Van Roll. One of them misses. One of them is a
20.
22.
Yep. That hits.
So 3 points of piercing damage. And then he is going
That
to
one hit.
cast a spiritual weapon. Damn it! If I can click the right button.
Yay, it doesn't get to swing though.
So
this
yeah,
turn at least.
spiritual weapon, which he's gonna bring up right behind you. Let's see what we can do here. There we go. Wow, that looks terrible.
What is his spiritual? Oh, okay, there we go. There's the rest of it. Holy crap,
Yeah.
that's a huge
It
weapon.
just shrinked.
Yeah, it's just being weird.
I was like,
It's rank.
There you go.
There we go. So there's the spiritual weapon coming up behind you. It's gonna make an attack roll.
I thought it uses bonus action to attack. I think it.
yeah, it can attack on the same turn you conjure it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was he used his bonus. I thought the spell was.
No,
use
that's
your
what we were
bonus attack-
discussing. So
action
he
to attack
has
with it.
multi-attack that says make 2 attacks, but that doesn't count as a bonus action. As we were just that's what we were
Yeah,
just
no, I meant
discussing.
the casting.
Nope, the
Oh,
casting's
yeah,
also
yeah,
a bonus
yeah. Oh,
action.
okay.
Yeah, the cast.
Yeah, the
you're
casting
right.
was-
The
I
thought it was a-
casting was a bonus action, but as part of that bonus action, it gets he makes an
Okay.
attack with it on first turn.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
yeah.
That's what makes spiritual
Okay, I
weapons
just
so
wanted to make sure.
badass. Because like you can still
Yeah.
do whatever you want and get that if you need to.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me go ahead and make. So I went ahead and made the roll. That's it's gonna be a 18. 18, not enough to hit, but the spiritual weapon is still there. So after him would be Maxwell.
Cool. All right. I'm fully aware this is going to involve an attack of opportunity from Captain Spirit Dagger there, but I'm going to move over here.
Okay. Let's see.
And
He's already used his bonus action, but he still has a reaction, so he can take a dagger shot. at
Yeah.
you. It's gonna be 20. Another skanky 20.
Ow. Okay,
Got-
I take the damage from that.
Got the skank. 6 points of piercing damage.
Okay, that hurt, but I
Skanking.
kind of needed to be right here. The good news is you have to start your turn in the stinking cloud. So if I just hold my
Yes.
breath, dash in, do something, and dash back out, I'm good.
Yeah.
What Maxwell's going to do is he's going to produce a bottle of something unspeakable from somewhere in his clothing, shake it up, and yell incoming before opening it and spraying the most god awful toxic substance,
Oh, my
Tasha's
lord.
caustic brew.
Yep.
Nice.
It's a line attack, so all 3 of the dudes there in a line all get to make a dexterity saving throw against a DC of 14.
Nice. Okay, DC 14. So let's
Yep.
let's do this first one. Fist of. And sorry, you said dexterity or con?
Dexterity.
Okay.
They got to dodge flying acid.
All right. First girl, 19. So she rolled well.
Okay.
Second one is the cult fanatic. is going to roll a 14. And the last guy... Not seeing for some reason. There we go. Now he's in this
He's
list somewhere.
17.
There he is. Oh, you know what? I actually misrolled that last one. That last one should be a 12. So it's 19, 12, and 3.
Okay.
I clicked
All
the wrong
right.
person.
So the two that got hit, nothing happens right this very second, but they're now covered in acid. At the start of their turn, they take 2d4 acid damage unless they use their
Nice.
action to scrape the acid off.
They're just like, what is this sticky shit on me? They don't even realize it yet. They're completely unaware of what
Did
is
he
what
just
has transpired.
splurge?
Right.
All right. So Maxwell's then going to move over to actually back to his
Yeah.
comfy hidey hole
Okay. Cool.
and wave his hand. RoboPup still going after Mr. I'll totally hold Person the bear. There's no way that's going to come back to bite me in the ass. And he bites him in the ass.
Quite literally. Quite
Oh,
literally.
hitting him.
nice.
Not even on the ass, in the
Yeah.
ass.
Wow. So that's gonna be
Alright.
it's gonna be 10 plus 5, so that's 15 points of damage. He immediately goes down. Robopup goes down on top of him and begins. You start to see more fingers, limbs, flesh.
Ass cheeks,
You know,
everything.
yeah. And
Everything you
There's
can
a-
get a hold on.
there's an eyeball that splats against the wall and then slowly does that like rolling thing, like the sticky things that you got when you were kids.
Yeah.
That you threw against the wall. Yeah, that guy's dead. So yeah, nice. It's a lot of
Sweet.
damage.
And that's the end of me turn.
Okay, cool. So next up is the woman that you had hit with it. So she takes 2d4 damage start of her turn.
No,
Go ahead and
she's
roll
the one
that up.
that
Yeah,
she's the
she
one that didn't
succeeded.
get hit with, but she's still
Yeah.
within the stinking cloud radius.
Oh yeah, you're right. She is the one that survived it. So
But still within stinking
stinking
cloud.
cloud. So what was the damage on that
2d10.
again? 2d10.
2d10.
If you want to go ahead and roll 2d10 for me, Numo. 2d10s.
Master Numo?
Yeah.
And I'll apply that damage. So, I was just saying earlier, there's not
Well-
enough damage over time spells, and we got them all in this round.
We found one.
We got them all. Like, we got the caustic brew, we got the fart jar. Nice. 12
We got the puke and the
points.
fart.
All right, so 12 points of damage. She definitely doesn't look great, but still alive. So she's going to make another mace attack at Maxwell.
Oh boy.
That's going to be another 15, so not enough to hit, man.
Whew.
She's kind of wasting her time. She has nowhere to run either. She's gonna try though. She's gonna try and get out of the
She could go
cloud.
for
She's gonna
allies,
go
I
out.
guess.
Yeah, she's gonna go out the door and try to run
Oh.
down to here, so you
Hey.
get an opportunity attack.
Then 2 people.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Two
guess
people.
who gets smacked in the ass with an axe as she runs
Oh
away?
yeah, theoretically. Yeah, I didn't even think about Vanril.
I love that.
Oh yeah, she doesn't even
8
make it 5
magical slashing.
feet. No need to even roll it because she goes
Well,
down.
never mind then.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
saying no need
Even-
to even
even so,
roll
yeah,
'cause
miss.
she goes down.
Yeah, she starts running into the room. I go to swing at her. I see her just fall in the face.
Yeah. Well, if she stayed there, she knew she was gonna die, so she thought it was worth the risk. But yeah, Vanril, that would make it your turn as you see her run out and collapse into the corner of the hallway.
All right, well, I redirect the swing, trying to hit the one in front of me.
That's enough.
Yep. I'm gonna do this. 6. That'd be 6 points of slashing damage.
6 slash.
And would that disrupt that concentration on that their spiritual shank?
I mean, if he's still alive.
He
Actually-
is not. Goes down to.
Ah,
He didn't have much left in him.
Oof.
So as you slice across him, you see that last bit of willpower that he had to try and maintain the fight leave him as he falls back to the corner here.
I can't really
Just
do
to
too
get
much
him out
as
of
a
the way.
bonus action, can I?
nope.
Paladins
Some
don't have a lot
classes
of
get
bonus.
less to do with their bonus than others.
Yeah, I think all your bonus action stuff is for smiting.
No, bonus action doesn't take smite. I mean, smite doesn't take bonus action. I just do it on a turn.
Really nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Or the
I
action,
actually I can cast Shield of Faith on myself on a bonus action. That's about it.
Nice. All right.
Or
So
on an
nothing else
ally.
that you want to do then?
Nothing else I really can do.
Okay. Well, you do notice that as he goes down, so does the dagger behind him. No longer able to keep itself going. Just gonna move that over here because I want to save that for later. Let's see. Up next. Dead. Endro. Dead. Big guy.
Wild.
Big guy here in the hallway is going to make another shout and say, I said kill them! As he only can really help 2 other people. This guy's not close enough, but this lady over here makes another attack at Robopup.
Robo.
Okay, she's a
What are you
Fist of
gonna call?
Bane.
Robo Pupper.
And 30 damage.
All right, I call the
Right,
pupper behind
no.
me.
She only rolls an 8. Very weak. So she actually misses. Robopup's, throwing so many pieces of the other guy out. She just can't even figure out what to swing at.
Also, not to beat a dead Robo Pup, but she did just start her turn within a certain cloud of stink.
That wasn't
yeah.
actually her starting her turn. That was the voice of command
Oh,
that
yeah,
the
never
other guy
mind.
used. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a different setting.
She's
Never
close
mind.
to dying, don't get me wrong. Yeah, it'll happen soon, but yeah, I'm trying to get as much out of that voice of command as I can. Whenever he shouts, 2 allies within 90 feet can make a melee attack. They can use
He's
their
got his tongue out.
reactions.
If you cut his tongue out, he can't shout anymore.
All right.
if you kill him, he also can't shout anymore.
Yeah.
he also tries
I
to
know,
attack
but-
Sariel with a spear and does not land. So it goes back to the
Sure,
older
we-
guy, or
2d10.
well, the kind of decrepit looking guy up here wearing strange, ragged robes. He almost looks skeletal in nature. And he shoots another ray of sickness, this time at Maxwell.
Before 2d10.
Oh yeah, 2d10. Yeah, if you want to go ahead. Well, I gotta make the roll, right? Con save.
He may
Yeah,
endure
I'll
it.
save.
It's gonna be a 12, not enough. So yeah, go ahead and roll another 2d12, 2d10. Numo. He survives. He'll shoot a ray of sickness.
I'm pretty sure Numo is MVP for this fight.
Oh,
They
dude,
turned it
yeah.
from
16.
jeez.
Yeah, that's an amazing fart in a jar, man. So it damn near kills him, and you see him actually drop to one knee, and he's barely holding himself up on the bed when he shoots the ray of sickness out. The ray of sickness towards Maxwell is again a 15. I don't know why I keep rolling 15s against you, but it's just not enough to hit. So
My poor
yeah.
shield is just getting battered.
At that point, I'm just gonna say he collapses. He has 1 HP left. He just dies.
Yeah.
Like he's never gonna make it through another round of that. So yeah, that dude just collapses. That was.
He takes
that
a
was
point
his-
of depression damage.
Yeah, emotional damage. That's what it was. Surreal, you'd be next.
All right. Poor dude in front of me. I feel bad for the dude in front of me, but
Okay.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I will try to hit him with inflict wounds.
Go for it.
I've had
Wow.
enough of this bullshit.
Enough of your shit, sir. So what do I need to roll?
Nothing.
It's an
They
attack.
roll what I need to do, and I roll 18.
Whoa!
Sorry, 22.
No, that's a
22 for
22.
25
Dealing
points of
25 necrotic damage.
Whoa. You guys are getting tough.
You ever just
man.
watch a man's arms fall off?
No,
Interest-
hold up. I am touching him in his face. Let me be clear.
And so as you reach up and grab a hold of his face, you watch those same black veins
Just
that we had seen
Just
previously
pinches his nose.
start to spread out. His eyes begin to bulge and turn bulbous. You can see the veins in his eyes start to pop a little bit as he has like burst blood vessels within his eyes, but he is still holding on and growling at you and says, "I'll kill you for that." As he kind of is holding on,
Oh, please
but he's
do.
still alive, but not very well. You've definitely done some serious damage to this dude. Anything else
Hell yeah.
Sariel would like to do?
Nah, she's good for now. She's
Okay.
had her fun. This is all she
Yeah.
needed to do in life.
Yeah,
Bonus
he's
action
all
cast
jacked up.
inflict boo boo.
Yeah, he might talk shit, but he's gonna like just shit his pants next round. Let's see, Numo, you are up. If there's anything else there, Numo.
He talks shit, but then he sees Sariel just fucking
yeah,
rotting half
I'll-
of his face away.
See this rotting guy and realize like he's still standing. So I'm gonna try and I guess like if his face is kind of rotted, I kind of see like if I can just like if his neck would be weak enough to where you could kind of sever it a little.
Sure.
What's a little bit of decapitation between
Feel
friends?
free to make your 2 attacks, and you are the third person surrounding this guy. You have advantage on that attack roll now.
All right. That's
Stabby,
what I was looking
stabby.
for.
I've always let
Where's my
outnumbered,
character sheet?
or what do they call that? Yeah, outnumbered or overwhelmed. Anytime there's 3 or more, you have advantage on the attack roll. It only makes sense.
I don't mind it. There we go.
All right, there's the first one, 23. Nice. That's definitely going to hit if you want to roll the damage and sneak attack.
13.
So it's going to be 13. Still alive.
Holy shit!
Yeah, he had almost 50 HP. But okay, that does it. Yeah, that does it. I don't even need to know what that is. So right off the bat, you're doing whatever so it would have been a D4 plus 3. So right off the bat, you're doing 7 damage, which is more than what he had. But if you want to roll it just to see, by all means. Well, I guess that wouldn't be with the sneak attack. With the sneak attack, it would have been very cool. But anyway, you do find that as the rot is starting to reek down over his face, and he's locked into this death stare with Sariel, who's right in his face, almost subtly and politely talking her shit, you know what I mean? And he's grimacing, trying to hold back and resist the necrosis. You just come up along the side and start at one ear and work your way around to the other, and within a second, the head is removed from the body. And Sariel, you are now still sitting there holding him by the chin, looking him in the eyes where you had grabbed a hold of his face.
Perfect.
So you have the head. The body just falls out from under it.
Can I
It's
keep
now-
this?
If you want.
Does this belong to anyone?
Yeah. You keep that. I'll take this side.
Just your average clerk. Can I keep it?
Nice.
Not a cleric, a clerk.
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 Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Incredible, man. Dude, fucking
never
MVP
played
goes to
Bleak Yet
Numo
Cleric.
tonight.
I'm a clerk.
Jesus. Maxwell, you would be next in initiative, so.
All right. You
There's
said
only
one
one
last
left.
person holding on.
Yeah,
You
the
see
one...
this axe?
Yep. There you go. And she's the one that's been
Well, she
pounding on
didn't.
RoboPup the whole time too. Yep, that's enough. So
7 slashing damage.
as everything else begins to fade, you throw your axe and wedge it in the side of her face. As she's getting ready to strike RoboPup a second time, you just launch your axe and it embeds itself in the side of her skull, only to return to your hand a moment later. And that is the end of combat. Holy shit.
Hell
Numo,
yeah. I'm learning
please
to do
take
that.
a
That's
point
very
of
friendly. It's fine.
inspiration, even though it wasn't necessarily like a role play moment.
Yeah.
That was a very good use of that fucking thing. Like that was just too cool. I think you did over 100 damage. Like it was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it because it was just 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Like it's so stacking up 10 to 15, 12 on so many of them. There was at least 3 of these guys that had challenge 3. This was beyond deadly. I was really hoping you wouldn't just walk in, but it happens.
Yeah.
Never underestimate the party's ability to.
Thanks to Maxwell.
That's it.
Ugh.
But
Well-
along with that point of
The
inspiration,
uppercut.
we're at 12 o'clock. I think we should probably go ahead and also maybe bring it to a close. But
Yep. into moment.
everybody just reached level 5.
Yay!
Hey.
So that you guys have level 5 before going to, deal with the remainder of this chamber and potentially Thalamra Vanthaper herself. We'll just go ahead and I'll give it to you a session early.
Yeah.
It's supposed to happen after this whole dungeon, but we'll just go ahead and give it to you so you guys can level up and have some cool shit for next week. And then we will return there. But yeah, let's see. So think of where everything is. Alejandro keeping both Thirstwell and Thabius Krieg, who you've now found prisoner, while you clear out the remainder of the dungeon. He is left to guard over them while you clear out the cultists that still remain. You guys have made a very big, dent in the cultists of Baldur's Gate. Not to mention the ones that were here were really the high-ranking officers amongst their orders. You know what I mean? So after this, the cult of the Dead 3 is be withered so much, so greatly, that they will have very little chance to do any real damage within the city for a long while. The only next thing you have to do is try to ensure that Thalamra doesn't bring the same fate to Baldur's Gate that befell El Turel. As Stabius mentioned, that was her intent, and she is growing closer in her achievement of such. But I think this would be a great place for us to leave and pull back up next week as you guys finish off this. Make the decision whether to try to take hostage or kill one of the most prominent dukes within the city, and whatever ramifications that may come with it. But yeah, let's go ahead and switch back to our main screen here. We'll do our outros and all that cool stuff. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us, by the way. I know there was a lot of combat in the chat, but hopefully you guys enjoyed watching fart jars and Amaranth fart jar. That's what it was called. Like, we're gonna name it the Amaranth fart jars and axes and teddy bears. Dear God, our game has gotten chaotic. I love
Me
it.
talking to a shield.
Yeah. No, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Never heard anything. You know what I mean? No clue what you're talking about. It's crazy. But yeah, Maxwell, final thoughts? Any last moments? Anything like that?
That was the most interesting use of a jar of canned fart that I've ever seen in a combat environment. And yeah, I can't wait to see what else Numo throws at someone that came out of someone's ass.
Right. Speaking of Numa, we just lost him there. I don't know what happened. I was going to give him a shout out, but I'll switch to Jackal, and we'll come back to him.
Howdy.
Sure, he'll come back. I don't know if you notice it yet. If you can still hear us, by the way, Numerous, for some reason your cam cut, but it's okay. We're on our way out.
Yeah, hang on.
We're on our way out anyway. We'll fix it. Yeah. Well, I'll just skip over this way, and we'll do Sariel first. If you want to do your final thoughts, final statements, anything like that.
Well, so far so good. Nobody died yet. Got close, but we're good. We're still alive. So I think we're gonna be fine next week.
Yeah. I think we're getting the hang of
As long
this,
as I don't
right?
need to use any more spells, we're gonna be just fine. And I absolutely love fucking inflict wounds. I'm just gonna say it. I will
Yep.
continue to use it to rot people's face off.
Such a cool
Always.
spell, man. It's really badass. It really is. It's really a good one.
So far, I've
Well,
only failed it once too.
yeah. It's one of those things. Like if you put enough points into your spell, you know what I mean. You typically land them. You know what I mean. Well, Vanroll or the Jackal. If you want to go and do your outro, I've already got you a shout out in there, so you can go first.
Thank you. Yep. Howdy. I'm the Jackal. I stream every now and again. Over here on Twitch under that little thing you put up there. I've recently, me and Allie, right above me, just did Lethal Company the other day. I've been streaming Dead Space and a few other things like that. So yeah, it's been pretty fun. But with today's session, that was something else. I'm curious to see where this shield will bring me and what will happen with this shield, and how that will affect. At least if it is some crazy infernal demon thing, at least the paladin has it, and not the one who wants to set fire to every building we go into. If it does try to convince me to do something bad, at least it will be harder to convince me.
At very least, the shield so far has claimed to want nothing but good. It said that
Yes,
it will
with
help
it.
you rid the world of evil, one step at a time.
As
So,
as I sensed infernal presence on it. So
Some-
that's the
little bit of a fiendish presence on it. Yeah, you know.
yeah
Eh,
yeah
who knows?
yeah maybe.
Always trust shields. Exactly.
And
But
yep.
yeah, definitely. I will say, as far as Jackal goes, I'm glad to see him finally doing some more streaming lately because it's been really good. If you guys haven't already, definitely check out his channel. I watched some of him playing this game last night. And it was fucking funny. So yeah, head over there, check that shit out. Really good stuff. And same for Numerous. I got your shout out in there as well. If you want to tell what you do and where you've been at, where they can find you.
Yeah, I'm here a bit for some games. Love the game tonight. Thanks, Amaranth, for the jar, and glad Sariel got her head. And yeah, interested to see where the shield and the rest goes. But yeah, I do stream Thursdays and Saturdays at the moment. Just at the shout out link that is in the chat.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, let's say I know we've kind of missed our opportunity a couple of times to do the Baldur's Gate, but I think we did a little bit of that last week. It was really cool. And I don't know if you heard it, but they just added a new mode. They've added Nightmare mode to Baldur's Gate. So if you want to play the one life to play through, it is another new option. Yeah, they got some cool shit going on there. But yeah, either way, if you guys haven't already, make sure to check out Jackal, check out Numerous. These are my guys. I'll say, like, I posted a list of this in the Discord as well as like the people that we typically stream and work together and stuff like that. So make sure to show love to all of them. We're all trying to make it this crazy thing they call streaming. It's a pain in the ass. It's not easy. You know what I mean? So if you guys don't mind, make sure to follow and do what you can to help support these streams. They're great streamers and they deserve a little rep too. You know what I mean? But we will go ahead and leave you there. I am going to go ahead and, I will say, I will be hanging out probably in Discord after this. I've been trying to spend a lot more time in our Discord channel. I want to make sure to actually be hanging out with you guys in the community instead of streaming a video game, here on Twitch. I've actually just been hanging out in the Discord. This way I can talk with you while we play it. So if you haven't already, make sure to join the Discord. Come hang out with me. After the games, all that stuff. Great time to come over and you can ask, me questions, whoever else is hanging out. It's a really cool way to go about it. And we can start working on being a better community instead of just, watching. You can actually be a part of it. I think that's a lot cooler. So yeah, come hang out in the Discord with me. I'll be hanging out there after the game. Maybe even playing a few games of Modern Warfare. And I'll see you then. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and leave it there for the night. Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you for all the follows and shares and all those things. We are going to raid out. Does anybody have a name? Numerous, you still got eyes on that one channel?
I think I lost them.
I forgot to pay attention to.
I got a dicey decisions is what I'm saying.
Yeah, let me refresh here to see what I got.
Doing a D&D game.
It sounds like a cool title. I'll go with that. But yeah, I always like to raid out to a different group, show somebody else some love. You said Dicey Decisions? I'm not seeing that one for some reason.
Tide Pool of Dreams is one.
I think we did Captain Robert at one point, did we not?
Mm-hmm.
You know
I
what?
don't
We
remember.
got 1 second here. Fantasy Forged. Looks like they're doing. Yeah, they get a cool setup, so I'm gonna give it to them. Let's go over, shoot one over to Fantasy Forged. So let's do
Oh,
slash
yeah.
raid. If I can do this. I'm misspelling everything. Yeah, we'll go ahead and start a raid over that way. So hang tight. Make sure to tell them where you came from. Say hi. Stick around for a few and all that cool stuff. And I will see you guys next week. So until next one, have a great night. I'll see you all in Discord. Come hang out with me. It's always cool. We've been having a daily hangout session in the Discord. Just come live there with us. And you guys can watch me fall asleep on camera when I forget to turn it off. I definitely slept in the general chat for like 4 hours last night. So come watch me sleep. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace.
Peace.